Welcome back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We've reached the halfway mark of the tournament and French number one Alireza Firouzja continues to be the man to catch after his Armageddon win over Vincent Keymer. Meanwhile, world number one Magnus Carlsen finds himself in a really tough spot. The defending champion suffered his third classical defeat of the event, this time against Wesley So, and sits at the very bottom of the standings. Can the GOAT of chess turn things around today? His next challenge couldn't be bigger, a crucial rematch against tournament leader Alireza Firouzja, who beat Magnus here in Norway on day one. Over in Norway Chess Women, Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh produced a remarkable comeback against Jiner and leapfrogged Bibisara in the race for the title. Can she continue her impressive run today against women's world champion Wenjun? The tournament enters its decisive phase. Every game carries extra weight. Every move could change the story. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live from the heart of Oslo in Norway. Let the second half begin. Welcome everyone to day 6 of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess Women. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf. And let me introduce you to our wonderful panel of pundits here. I'm so excited that I cannot find my words anymore, but we do have representing here our audience, chess content creator Simon Bélanger.
It's a pleasure, Anna. Thank you.
Our chess expert is Norwegian Grandmaster Aryan Tari.
Happy to be here.
And our special guest for the day is Norwegian TV star and entrepreneur Linni Meister.
Oh, I'm so honored to be invited back. So great to be here.
Let me start with you, Linni, because we had you last year as a guest, and when we were looking at like who should we invite back, you were the first name. You are such a star, and you love chess.
Yeah, I love chess, and I love you, and I love the Norway chess families. When you invited me back, I was so honored, and it's just great to be here. And yeah, so thank you so much for having me back.
Thank you for coming back. We'll have so much to talk about with you and with our crew here. There is a lot going on here in Norway. But before we get into today's action, let's remind our viewers what happened yesterday, starting with the ladies, Simon.
Oh yes, one of the crazy game from the young stars, Jiner and Divya Deshmukh. It was an equal in-game, but Jiner gave her pass pawn and Divya capitalized to secure the win, making the Indian rising star in the first place, taking Bibisara's spot.
We had the results in Norway Chess Women where Divya Deshmukh, as you guys can see on the screen, won her match and got the 3 points, currently leading. Anna Muzychuk won the Armageddon against Bibisara, and world champion Wenjun lost her match against Koneru Humpy.
As you mentioned, Aryan, that 3-point win for Divya now leapfrogs her to the very top of the standings, ahead of Bibisara and ahead of Anna. Can she keep the pace and can she continue playing that way? We will have a crucial battle for Divya today in her game against the women's world champion Wenjun. But again, there has been so much going on here and even more action actually at Norway Chess. We have the world #1 Magnus Carlsen defending his title here in Norway, but he started not very well the tournament, to put it mildly. The GOAT of chess has been struggling to find his form here in Norway, and yesterday his game didn't go the way he wanted. Aryan.
Yeah, Magnus had a moment in this position to drop his bishop back to try to repeat moves, and Wesley said yesterday that he was going to repeat moves. This was the moment where Magnus went wrong, and Wesley got the initiative and played an amazing game. And as you guys can see, this was the night-end game where Wesley managed to outplay Magnus and get the 3 points.
Yeah, tough loss for Magnus, which makes him at the bottom of the podium. Wesley took the win, 8.5 points. Alireza is the top right now, with having the win against Vincent in the Armageddon. We had an intense game from Gukesh and Pragg, and yeah, which makes Alireza at the top of the game right now. Magnus really needs a win against Alireza to keep the momentum, but we're only at half of the games, and anything can happen at this point.
Anything can happen indeed, Simon, thanks to also this very special format that we have here at Norway Chess.
It's truly a unique format because in this format, after the classical game ends in a draw, they play an Armageddon right after, where the winner gets 1.5 points, the loser gets 1 point, and the time control is also two hours plus 10 seconds per move after move 41.
And there's the prize fund, near $200,000. And what's amazing about Norway Chess is there's price equality from men and to the women's section as well. So it's really nice to see that Norway Chess is taking that and you know, moving forward with this amazing price equality thing.
Very important move indeed, and we hope that many events will follow this example. And what we have for today, oh boy, we already hinted at it, that Magnus Carlsen is struggling at this tournament, hasn't found his form, sitting at the bottom of the standings. And Linny, today he's facing the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. This is the pairings for today. Magnus on day 1 played against Alireza. This is their rematch. What do you think will happen? And can all of Norway root for Magnus to make a comeback?
Yes, I mean, of course. He's a legend. He's the best chess player in the world, after my opinion. Oh, you are also, Aryan. And I think today is his day, and he's going to win.
If Linny says so, then I think there's hope. And there needs to be hope, because Magnus really needs a way to bounce back, start winning games, and make his way back to the top somehow from the very bottom of the standings. It's gonna be hard. He's been struggling in this event, but we want to see Magnus having fun. We want to see him enjoying playing chess. So let's hope that the second half of the tournament will go better for the GOAT of chess. And in Norway Chess Women, also the clashes are crucial for the top of the standings. Divya is now the leader, and she's facing women's world champion Wenjun.
Yeah, Wenjun, and I mean, it's going to be a really intense game today. There's going to be a clash of generation from the young Jiner, Jiner from India against Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine. We're also going to have Divya Deshmukh from India against the world champion Wenjun from China. We have Bibisara from Kazakhstan against Humpy, Koneru from India. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really intense games.
Divya Deshmukh is making her first appearance in the Norway Chess Tournament and is leading. It's been very impressive so far. She's only 20 years old, and as you guys can see on the screen, her achievements are been amazing so far. World Cup winner of 2025, won the gold medal with Team India in the Olympiads, and yeah, she also likes the Hangover movie.
And as we said, Divya is going to be against Wenjun, the world champion, 5-time woman world champion. And she's known to be a really good calculator. Yeah, that's going to be quite a clash of the generation. So happy to see it.
And the interesting thing about their matchup is that the first time they faced each other was here just a few days ago in round 1, and that was a draw in classical chess. Divya managed to win in Armageddon, and Divya has been so far doing really well in Armageddon, won almost all of her Armageddon games, but for Wenjun, she lost 5 Armageddon games. So if it goes to Armageddon, Wenjun will really need to find a way to do better in Armageddon, because that's where she's losing half a point each time the game ends in a draw in classical chess. We do have, I believe, interviews with both Divya and Wenjun as they are heading to the board here at the playing venue in the heart of Oslo. Let's head over to Divya.
Divya, first question I have to you. When did you realize that you're leading the tournament?
When I was told that I was leading the tournament.
How are you feeling about it? One half of the tournament is over and half a point lead.
Nothing much going on in my head. I think I'm just taking it one game at a time, so I'm looking forward to today.
And today is going to be your second game against the world chess champion. What can we expect from the match?
Well, I have no idea what to expect, but I know that it's going to be a great game.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Wenjun, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. And today it's the new round robin, so I will try.
Yes, it's already the restart of the rounds, and you're placing against Divya, who is leading the tournament. What can we expect?
I don't know what she's going to play, but anyway, it should be an interesting game.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
This is going to be our main clash for the day at Norway Chess Women. The tournament leader, Divya Deshmukh, facing the women's world champion, Wenjun. And this beautiful view of the playing court as the players are getting ready. Divya still needs to make her way to the board. I think she's at the refreshments area. There's a refreshments and snacks area for the players.
Yeah.
There's lots of different drinks and dried mango and other snacks. I think it's important, isn't it, Linny? They play for so long.
Yeah, but can I ask a quick question?
Of course, always.
Didn't Anna win last year?
She did. She's the defending champion. You know everything.
I remember, because we had breakfast in Stavanger.
Yes.
together. And she's an amazing person. Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah.
Yeah, she's here to try to defend her title. She's doing well. She's on the podium at the moment, but she needs to win a game or two. In classical, you get 3 points here in Norway chess, so it's huge if someone manages to win in the long game, because that can bounce up to the top of the standings. No matter if you're 4th or 5th place, you might just leapfrog everybody with a classical win.
Yeah.
And this is Wenjun here, the reigning women's world champion, who hasn't won a single Armageddon game yet. Simon, she actually lost all of her matches in Armageddon.
Yeah. I would hopefully she can win this classical game, because it shows that in Armageddon, when everything goes so fast, they need to blitz the moves. Wenjun is a good calculator, but she needs to take her time. She needs to find the best move. So Armageddon is really going to benefit Divya, I think, if they get there. So I'm really hoping Wenjun can at least make our opponent suffer a little bit in the classical, just to keep the game really entertaining.
I also agree with you, Simon, that if it's Armageddon, Divya has the better chances. Curious to see what the approach will be in the opening by Wenjun, and also lovely to witness how the ceremony of first move today will be played by some of the young generation, some of the children that are visiting the event, and they start playing chess. They look up at all these players as their idols. I am so happy that every day the players stop by, the audience, the fans, they give autographs, take selfies. Everyone is just so generous with their time and their attention. It's lovely to see. And today, it's the kids that will make the ceremony of first move on the boards. Divya's getting ready here, and will our young guest make maybe a queen move or
which move would you play, Linny, if you had to make the first move?
I would maybe herregud. Nå husker jeg ikke hva det heter, da.
Maybe the king's pawn or queen's pawn. Which one do you usually go with? This one or this one?
This one, queen pawn.
Okay, Linny would go for the queen's pawn.
Of course. I got blackout when you ask me.
Let's see if Divya.
Get so stressed.
Let's see if Divya does the same.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Divya make this move before, but she usually goes with the king's pawn opening, moving the pawn in front of the king 2 squares.
What would you do, Simon, Aryan, and?
I would go with the king pawn.
Yeah?
What about you, Simon?
I would go with the queen, support the queen.
Yes,
yes, queen.
Simon.
Slay queen.
And you would...
I would do this.
Yeah, the king. Yeah.
The king.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see which one Divya chooses. She's very much in the zone.
Yeah,
you can
she's
see her
locked in.
so focused, logged in. Girl power right on the hoodie of our young guest of the day. I just love to see it.
Yeah, me
yeah.
too.
We're seconds away from getting the start of the game, I believe.
But who's this adorable young girl standing next to Divya? Who's that? Who's this?
I'm not sure who it is. Maybe a daughter of one of the sponsors, or what do you think, Anna?
I think some of the chess playing kids who come here to get those selfies in, the signatures, the autographs, they also get a chance to meet the players, and I would think that today it's this young generation, the upcoming stars, perhaps the future of Norwegian chess, that are making the first moves on each board. It is a queen pawn move, as you suggested, Linny.
Yeah, she's confident. I would shake being next to these.
Let's see if Divya keeps the pawn there or makes another move.
Oftentimes we see that the players would take the move back and change what the first move will be, but Divya might just stick to it, as you said, Aryan, because she does play queen pawn openings as well, and then it could lead to the Queen's Gambit, which we all love when it comes to both the opening and the TV show, Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, I love that.
But what if all our preparation of Divya was with the king pawn, She's not going to risk it for the queen's pawn, maybe.
Yeah, she might take it back in that case. Well, let's see, because the game is about to start officially. We are just seconds away from liftoff and that handshake. She takes the pawn back, and she might change it indeed.
Is that allowed to take it back?
Yes, so the ceremony of first move is basically this honorary moment to showcase someone who makes the move for you. A lot of pictures are taken, it's on film, but you don't have to keep the move. If you choose to change it, you can. So Divya can decide to push the king pawn, and that's what she does.
Like Aryan.
I think this is the move she's been playing mostly this tournament, and Wenjun is mirroring White's move, also pushes the king pawn 2 squares. Divya develops her knight. I'm expecting Wenjun to also developing her knight, defending the center. Let's see, Divya going for this called the Roy Lopez opening, or you can also call it the Spanish opening. Now, Black has many choices. They can, for instance, push the pawn on the side of the board to press the white bishop. She does. It's a very standard opening. She's going to develop the knight now.
That has been
the knight
played.
goes to this central square.
That has been played many times, right?
Many times, yeah. This is one of the openings in chess that has the most history. I mean, it was played for the first time, I believe, in the 15th century, 1500s. So a lot of...
every play or just Armageddon?
Sorry?
Like in every, like classic and Armageddon?
Yeah. This is a very classical opening. It's been played by many world champions, many grandmasters. It's one of those openings that have occurred the most throughout the history of chess. An opening that has been studied for many, many years. I personally have played this with both the white pieces and the black pieces.
Okay.
And here, usually white castles. Yes, also what she goes for.
But the central pawn is left hanging.
A good question, Simon. Yeah. So black could capture the central pawn right now if they wish to do so. And this is called the open Spanish variation. Black sometimes does this. White gets compensation for the pawn. But I believe Wenjun goes for something else. She goes for a standard move, developing the bishop. This is the most common move in the position. And it's important to highlight right now that white could capture the black knight, and after black captures back to capture this pawn in the center. But white doesn't end up being a pawn up, however, because black can also capture the pawn in the center. So this would be an equal trade. So instead, usually white, plays this move or moves the rook to defend the center. This is all very standard so far. But once this move is played, actually white has a serious threat in the position. If black castles now, it would be a mistake because white can capture the knight. After black captures back, white can capture this pawn. And the difference here is that white's central pawn is protected. So this would be bad news for Wenjun. Instead, I'm expecting her to perhaps push this pawn one square to defend the center, or push this pawn 2 squares to attack the white bishop. This is what she goes for. Divya is saving her bishop.
By the way, Lini, if you have any question, feel free to ask, because we're here to learn chess. So
Yeah, perfect. I want to learn more and be a better chess player. So I'm so glad to be here, and
we're gonna prepare
I'm gonna ask all the stupid questions.
Yes.
Yeah, that was stupid. All questions are equally important. And I
Yes.
think we need that because we all start somewhere, and some of our viewers are just learning how to play chess.
Yeah.
Or maybe they have played, but they played a little bit. Some people don't even know how the pieces move. So there's all sorts of levels. And most important is to have fun in chess. So regardless of your level, that's the most important.
Yeah, I agree.
So what is the first move that comes to your mind, Lini, when you see this position?
Now,
Yes, with white.
with white, let me see.
Have you ever played the Spanish opening, or you usually...
No, but I'm going to from now on. After what you told us. What would I do? Maybe take the pawn on h2
This one or this one?
on the right side. Yeah. and
You
move
would
it to
push
four.
that up?
Yeah.
That's a very good move.
Thank
because
you.
Very often black wants to put the bishop here to pin the knight. And it's a bit annoying if the bishop lands there. So by making this move, you're stopping black from putting the bishop there. It's a possible move.
But would you do that, or would you do?
So actually, the reason white doesn't make this move is that black has this sneaky knight move, pushes the knight to the side, and suddenly this bishop doesn't have a square to hide.
Yeah.
So the bishop has to be traded for the knight, and usually we say that bishop is a bit stronger than knight, so this would not be a good trade for white, and that's exactly why Divya pushes her pawn 2 squares to have to be able to hide the bishop if this knight ever lands on this square.
Yeah.
Aryan, there's like a really important pattern here, I think, that we could show to our viewers as well. If black doesn't react to this pawn push, what could be troublesome?
White does have a serious threat right now after pushing this pawn 2 squares. So let's say if black gets the king to safety here, which is always a priority in the opening, to castle and get the king to safety, black will capture this pawn, and black can actually not capture back because the rook is unprotected. That file opens up, and black loses material there. So instead, Wenjun pushes the pawn 1 square. A very theoretical move. Black could also put the bishop on this square. I believe Magnus was playing this in the World Championship match. This is also possible to defend the rook. But instead, Wenjun is moving the pawn one square up, which is also totally normal. And we're still in a theoretical position where both sides have had this position before, so this is not unusual territory. White has different moves here. White can, for instance, go for Linus' move, pushing the pawn one square. It's very common here to just occupy this square, so the black bishop doesn't get here.
But what if you move it 2 squares? Like,
If you push the pawn 2 squares?
yeah?
So that would actually be a mistake, because then black's bishop can come to this square.
Yeah,
So it's
oh,
much
yeah.
more efficient to push it 1 square, so you take that square away.
Yeah. I see it now.
And also, so when you have castle and you got your king to safety, it's a bit risky to push the pawn 2 squares, because your king can end up being weak. So it's very important to take care of good care of the king.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Divya went for the move I was suspecting. Looks like a bit of a mysterious move. She's pushing this pawn on the side of the board again. But it's actually a very strong move in this position. And the reason for that is that white very often has this nice idea of placing the bishop on the side of the board, pinning the black knight. And it's uncomfortable for black to deal with. So let's say now if black, for instance, develops the bishop, white could make this move, and it's not so easy for black to defend the knight. I mean, the knight cannot move as the black king would be in check, and if you defend it with the queen, the bishop is always going to be annoying on this diagonal. So instead, Wenjun wisely castles and getting the king to safety. Simon, you told me you've played the Italian opening, but you don't have that much experience with the Spanish, do you?
No, I don't. But that's actually a game, an opening I want to study more. I want to look at variation. Like for people at home, such as me, what would you recommend if we want to study some lines and maybe not go into books and stuff like that? But is there a system online where we can see all variation and it's user-friendly, kind of?
Yeah, so actually, Lichess has an opening database which you can use. You can kind of like move back and forth and explore the opening moves. Professional players, we use a program called ChessBase, where you have a database with all the games that is played in the history. So you can find the game from like the 1800s. All the games that are played are like loaded in the database. But for amateurs, you don't need to get ChessBase. Like you can use programs like Lichess, ChessTempo.com. I mean, Chess.com also has databases.
But
So I would say usually if you want to learn a new opening, what I like to do is to pick a player that is good in that opening and study their games. So for instance, Roy Lopez, there are so many great experts. For instance, Vichy Anand, that was here last year. He's a big expert in the Roy Lopez and has a lot of fantastic wins in this opening.
What is his favorite opening?
I think Spanish is one of them. I've seen many games with the Spanish, so he's won many games in this opening. But there are so many. I mean, even Magnus and all the let's say Peter Leko, yeah, just to name a few.
But I've been told
Peter Svidler.
I've been told this is not the most maybe important thing to do. I remember you told me to do puzzles, you know, to do exercise like that,
Yes.
to random position, how to deal with a certain piece, and what is the best avenue to, you know, to improve your position.
Yeah, in my opinion, the opening is not the most important part for amateurs. It's more important to focus the game as a whole. So to have a holistic approach, as they say, with solving a lot of positions, you kind of get more sharp and you can make the best move in any position. Well, if you focus on the opening, you can kind of get a random position and you're not sure what to do. So I think opening is something that should be more studied on like an expert level, because then you know all the other stuff.
I agree, and for beginners or anyone starting out, I think at the start of the game, what is important, not memorizing these moves, but to understand the principles. And there's only 3 things you gotta do at the start of the game. It's to develop your pieces, try to control the center, and get your king into safety. So if you focus on those 3 things, you're good. I don't think any beginner needs to learn these moves, but just to understand that I need to develop my pieces so they are all in the game. I need to get my king into safety. You see everyone castling oftentimes, so both kings are tucked away. They are safer with the bodyguards, the pawns, helping them. And the center, the middle of the board, is the most important part in chess. If you control the center, you can go to the left, to the right. It's so much easier to mobilize your pieces, your army. So those 3 things, that's all you need to know for the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and it can be, I've seen a lot of people advancing the pawns and forgetting about their pieces in the back rank. But it's not only about the pawns. Like, don't push them too far away, because you're going to lose track of everything on the board. So I've been told many times, develop your pieces. That includes the pieces on the back rank. Put it on good square, central square, and you'll be fine.
Very good point, Simon. And in fact, us chess players, when we talk about pieces, we kind of leave poor pawns out of the piece category. So the pieces would be anything but pawns. The pawns help create, you need to push them so that they open paths, they open the road for the pieces. And you also need to push the pawns so that you can control the center, the middle of the board. You see that white pawn and the black pawn, they are both in the middle of the board. That's important for fighting for the center. But you are right, Simon. Every time you move a pawn, you're leaving the rest of the pieces on the bench. And you need those in the game. Very true. Very true. While the ladies are thinking here, by the way, I think we also have time to go over to Norway Chess, to our main court there, because it is the world #1 Magnus Carlsen facing the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. And we did get a chance to talk to both Magnus and Alireza before the start of the game. So let's head over to you, Magnus.
Magnus, did you have some rest, or were you following OKC versus Spurs live?
No, I watched it this morning. But yeah.
And final question, in how much in fighting mood are you for today, from 1 to 10?
1.5 maybe?
Okay, best of luck. Alireza, what's your mood today, and how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. After yesterday's tough game, feel like I have a good chance.
And today was black against Magnus. You won against him in the first half of the tournament. What are your thoughts?
I think it will be a very fighting game. I expect tough fight.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Before we check in on the position, Linny, I gotta ask you first about Magnus Carlsen's rating of how much of a fighting mood he's feeling in. On a scale of 1 to 10, he said 1.5.
Yeah, what did he mean about that?
That's very low, isn't it?
That's low? Yeah, I got a little shocked. Like, no, Magnus, get up on your horse and just be a fighter like you always are. But is he like kind of sad, or why did he say that?
It's because his tournament has been going really badly so far. So it's actually, we were talking with Anna before the broadcast that it's one of the worst results in his career.
Yeah.
The last time I remember Magnus had a bad result like this was back in 2015. Norway Chess 11 years ago. He had a disastrous tournament, but it doesn't happen often with Magnus that he loses 3 games in 5 days. So very, very unusual for his standards, and of course extremely frustrating.
Yeah, I understand, but he's a human, and you can't win all the time. But is it one thing Magnus can? It's turn the game around and win.
Yeah.
But he needs to maybe change his mind game and say, well, I'm in it to win it.
Exactly.
He got to manifest it.
It would certainly help on his confidence if he manages to beat the leader of the tournament today.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I believe.
I hope he manages to find some motivation.
Yeah.
Is it
You
still
believe in him. I can tell you believe
I really believe in him.
It looks like a Spanish again, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a Spanish again, Simon. It's a bit of a different different vibe to it, as White here goes for a unusual setup with developing the knight to the center already here. It's more of a unusual approach. It looks very, very logical to develop the knight, but it's usually not played so often. Like we saw Divya instead, like castled and then went for this pawn push. But Magnus instead has placed his knight here, and the reason we don't see this that often is that it kind of gets a bit too symmetrical, and this knight doesn't contribute too much from this square. It usually goes this route instead. There's a lot of details in this position, but this is also very, very playable in a theoretical position, but a bit less known than what Divya has been playing. Magnus is still making his moves fast and is in preparation, so that's a good sign. Seems like this is something he has been looking at before the game. Alireza has spent 12 minutes, Magnus has spent 6 minutes, which is a sign that Magnus is still in familiar territory. The last move, important move, Black was threatening to take this bishop, so Magnus saves it by stepping back from the knight. Alireza develops the bishop, and you guys might be wondering, like, if White captures the black bishop, isn't this a bad position for Black because they get these double pawns? White has a better pawn structure, but actually it's not that easy, because this pawn structure can also be an asset for Black, because it can support Black for getting this pawn push and control the center. But it's a very interesting position if we get this, where both sides kind of try to improve their position. It's very positional. It's not a wild position, but it's a lot of play. Let's see what Magnus does. He's currently spending some time after the last move.
Still has more time than Alireza, which is, if we remember in the first game of the tournament, he was against Alireza, and he took a long time in the opening stage.
Hopefully he's learned from that experience to play faster in the opening. I think developing the bishop to this square is also possible here, but Magnus decides to capture that bishop, and Alireza will take back. And now White could, for instance, push this pawn 2 squares to challenge the black knight, and that is what he does.
This is so exciting. I'm really rooting for Magnus. He deserves it.
Yeah, hopefully he manages to play better than the last few days.
Yeah.
Usually Black's knight goes to this square.
Why not the other?
The reason it doesn't go to b7 is that it doesn't have a future here. It doesn't have any other squares to go to, so it's a very sad square for the black knight. Black's position gets very, very passive. So usually the knight goes here, because on this square it is eyeing the center. You usually want to place your pieces in a way that's like more central, like you have more potential like that.
And I like that you bring it the sad square, because Magnus often refers pieces about emotions, how your pieces feel on that square, and I think it's a great mindset for beginners to feel like to look at their pieces and talk to them. Do you feel great on that square? Do you need to? Are you okay? You know?
Wow, I never thought about.
Yeah, so Lini, maybe
I should start to do that.
Yes, ask your pieces question.
Yeah.
Are you good at that place? Do you wanna switch place with your brother? Like, what's the? They're humans as well.
Yes.
They have emotions.
Do you do that?
I all the time.
Yeah.
So he does go for the not sad square, places his knight in the more central than going here. So this is what I was expecting. And Magnus, I think he's gonna keep playing quickly because he went for this position very fast. I think Magnus had this position 13 years ago in a game in the Sinkful Cup against Levon Aronian.
You remember that?
I mean, I've studied Magnus's games for years. I mean, his I think, in my opinion, the best player ever. So, we grandmasters, we always try to study the best and learn from them.
Yeah, but when did you win against him?
Well, I've won against him in Armageddon and Norway Chess 2022 and Norway Chess Blitz 2023. But I've lost much more.
No, but don't need to talk about that. But what kind of opening did you have when you won against Magnus?
So I played the King's Pawn opening, and he actually played a very unusual opening. He played one b6. He opened up with this pawn push after I pushed pawn 2 squares. He was trying to surprise me, but yeah, that game worked in my favor.
Yeah, good for you.
I think while the tournament leader Alireza is taking a bit longer of a pause here, we have time to go over to another top clash of the day at Norway Chess Women, where actually Bibisara has played a gambit. We need to explain what a gambit is. Lini, have you heard before the word gambit in chess? What is that? Do you know?
Yes, I've heard about gambit, but I think you should explain it, Anna.
That's okay, that's okay. We have a lot of chess terms in our world, and not all of them are obvious. A gambit oftentimes would mean that you sacrifice material in the opening, and what you get in compensation in return for the sacrificed pawn, for instance, is that you develop your pieces faster, you get initiative, you get an attack. And I believe we also have our reporter on the ground with an incredible video coming up next that does explain these chess terms. So what am I doing here? Over to you, Katie.
Have you ever heard chess players saying some fancy terms like blunder, zugzwang, gambit, and you have no idea what does that mean? Let's decode all the popular chess terms in 1 minute. The first one is blunder, a mistake that loses a piece and sometimes even a game. The next one is a gambit. This happens in the opening when a player sacrifices a pawn or even a piece to have a better development, to have some space advantage and a good chances to attack the king. And have you heard about fork? This happens when knight is attacking 2 of the opponent's pieces at the same time. And in fact, if there are 3 pieces attacked by the knight at the same time, we call this royal fork. This one you have heard for sure. It is checkmate. The position where the king is under check and has no options to move. So it is a checkmate and the game is over. Our next term is zugzwang. This is a situation when you have the moves on the board, but those are not good options. And the position gets worse and worse gradually. Have you heard about GG? This means good game. With that manner, players are just showing respect to each other. Chess players definitely have terms to communicate to each other. And now you also know them.
Thank you so much, Katie, GG, for that incredible breakdown of chess slangs. And we do have this interesting gambit in the game of Bibisara. But before analyzing the position, we also caught up with both players, actually, as they were arriving to the playing hall. So let's listen to Bibisara first.
Good, thank you.
In the first round, you scored the classical win against Humpy. What can you expect from today, since you're having white pieces?
Yeah, I just want to play good chess. She's a very strong opponent, so we'll see what happened.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Humpy, how are you doing today?
Good.
You're facing today against Bibisara. She was leading the tournament, now she's second place. Is it any way you're approaching this match differently than someone who is more experienced and not so young?
No, not really. She plays many things, and she's also in a very good form in this tournament. I lost in the first round, so today I'm playing with black, and I'd be just playing as usual, yeah.
Looking forward for the match.
Thank you.
A clash between these two generations, and as Humpy said, on day one here at Norway Chess Women, it was Bibisara who won this very same encounter. Bibisara had the black pieces and managed to win in classical. So this is the rematch now. Humpy has the black pieces, and we see black having an extra pawn. That's because Bibisara played a gambit in this game. I think Aryan can show to our viewers how that pawn was sacrificed and why does white give up that pawn.
Yeah, so currently black is a pawn up. Let's go to the beginning of the game to see how this position arose. It's actually a very fascinating position. So it came from king's pawn opening, and here this is called the Scotch opening. If white captures the pawn with the knight. But already in this position, Bibisara decided to sacrifice the pawn by not taking it, develop the bishop instead. Black develops the knight. White here pushes the pawn. Black usually pushes this pawn 2 squares actually in this position, and this is a weird one because the knight is hanging now and the bishop is hanging, so it turns to be a wild position. But it's very theoretical, and black is usually okay. But Humpy decided to go for a more unusual approach. Instead of pushing this pawn 2 squares, she centralizes her knight. And this knight is always very loose on this square and can easily get attacked. And that's exactly what Bibisara did. She develops her queen, putting pressure on this knight. And the knight has only 1 square to go to, which is this square. And after Bibisara castles, Humpy moves that knight again. And this is very unusual because you're told in the opening that you should not move the same piece too many times. But in this one, black's knight has moved 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Why does she do that?
So she's really trying to hold on to this central pawn.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a risky strategy to move the same piece so many times. But this is something that Humpy has prepared. She has looked at it before with the computer, so it's supposed to be an okay position for black. But if you like to play active chess, I think it suits white very well because you get a lot of compensation for this pawn. White has the pieces developed, and white has castles, so they have their king in safety, while black's king is still in the middle of the board. So let's see how Bibisara followed up. She captured this knight. Humpy captures with a pawn. And the reason for that is she wants to defend her extra pawn. Bibisara centralizes the rook. And the last move, Humpy moved the queen to this square. And this move I actually don't like. I don't understand why she moved the queen. I think instead she should have focused on development. For instance, put the bishop here, be ready for castling, or one other move that is very normal in this position is to fianchetto the bishop, like this move, and usually white goes for this one, black plays here, white captures, black goes here and tries to castle. I've had this position before with black in the past, so I'm a bit. It's kind of familiar to me, but this queen move is a bit mysterious. I'm not sure what she's trying to achieve, and I'm expecting Bibisara to push her pawn 1 square to attack this pawn, which is in the center. If you play this move, it's hard for black to defend it. Like if you capture this pawn, black loses the queen, and if you don't take it, white is going to regain the pawn with an active position. So I currently like Bibisara's position. She might also consider this funny move, developing the bishop to this square, taking the advantage that the black queen is lined up with the rook. So this pawn, again, it cannot move as black loses the queen. So this move sets up, puts more pressure on this pawn. What comes to your mind, Simon, when you see this position for the first time?
Yeah, we've seen in this tournament that Bibisara Assaubayeva had amazing chess preparation and opening preparation. She plays very fast, all her moves. And I feel like Humpy Koneru with that queen move, that weird, not usual queen move, was maybe to stop Bibisara from her opening territory, because like now Bibisara is thinking, she's been blitzing every move, but now she's thinking, it's like, oh, I didn't study that. What is this? Do you think it's the reason why?
Yeah, it's very possible. She's afraid of Bibisara's preparation and trying to get her out of her comfort zone. But I think the problem is that Bibisara's moves are not that hard to play here. I think she, for instance, if she plays this move, it puts pressure on black, right? Because black's king is still in the center. She has not castled, while white has developed a lot of pieces. They have the king in safety, they have the rook lined up here, the bishop is developed. So I just find the position easier to play for white. But of course, black hasn't done too many things wrong, so it shouldn't be a disaster for black by any means. But I just don't think she should have wasted the time with the queen.
Yeah, very interesting. And I think, Simon, it might be what you said, that Humpy is trying to make a move that is not the main preparation of Bibisara, and that's why Bibisara is not thinking. While she's figuring out her decision here, we do have the first confession of the day, because Norway Chess has so many features, one of them being that the players can go to a booth during their games and talk about their thoughts about the game, about their day, about anything they would like to share. And guess who went to the confessional booth today? Again, it is world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Over to you, Magnus.
I'm trying a proper old guy move again today. Just playing something that was popular before Alireza essentially started playing chess. I think, yeah, this was definitely one of the key lines. I mean, I prepared this knight a5, bishop e6 stuff for the match against Karyakin. I did that in my first black game of the match. And back then, you know, Fabi had won a very nice game against Lavon, I think, with this bishop takes e6 stuff. But, you know, people stopped playing it because it doesn't work, but let's see what he knows.
It's funny because Magnus mentioned that game he had with Levon Aronian in 2013. He has good memories there. That was the first time he won the famous Sigfield Cup in St. Louis. I think that was the last game where he won the tournament. And he also mentions in the match he had against Sergei Karyakin in the World Championship 2016, they had a battle in this structure. So
yeah. I love how he put it as, I'm playing old guy chess. I'm trying to play something that was popular before Alireza's time, because Alireza is still in his early 20s, such a young rising star. So Magnus is relying on something that used to be more popular. What do you think about him saying old guy chess?
I think that's brilliant of him thinking that. And I was also wondering, look how relaxed Alireza is. Is it maybe because he's in a wheelchair and relaxed? He's a little bit more relaxed than the other players because he's always sitting.
Yeah,
maybe it has something to do why he's like on the top right now. Have you thought about that?
He's overall been looking very chill in this tournament. Before the game, he was yawning. He was just looked very relaxed.
Yeah, but he's sitting
and it's
all the
working.
time because...
It's working well for him. Sometimes it's very good to be relaxed. You're just enjoying playing instead of being stressed and having the anxiety. It's usually hard to find that balance for chess players.
But do you think it has something to do with him sitting in a wheelchair right now?
What do you think, Simon?
My guess is that you know, when you're not in a wheelchair condition, you can go out and see friends and maybe like spend times doing other things than chess. Maybe that now he has nothing to do but taking maybe a computer on his laps and figure out new preparation, and he's really locked in these past few days.
That could be it. And he also said that obviously the leg injury is causing him pain, but when he's focusing on chess, it gets his mind off of the pain. So there can be so many reasons related to that, Lini. And I wanted to ask you about this because you played chess when you were injured. Isn't that the case? What was your experience like? Did it help?
Absolutely not. I was so stressed. It was live on Norway's biggest TV channel, and yeah, I broke my collarbone. I think the name is this. You can see it. And we were also playing Armageddon, and yeah, but I got a third place, so I'm No,
Wow.
I'm not happy about that. But
These
yeah,
are
look at
pictures
me.
from the event. Oh, you
I
had
could-
to play like that. Are you right-handed or left-handed? Was it the hand you would play the moves with?
Yes.
That's hard. If
Yeah.
you had to change it.
Yes, because didn't I need to use another kind of side of my brain? Or is it the same?
I'm not sure, but regardless, you did well. I mean, you got third place, bronze medal.
Yeah.
Next time you'll get first place.
Yeah, I
If the
hope
other
so.
side of the brain also works.
But you need to learn me, Simon and Aryan and Anna.
We'll,
Yeah,
I'm
of
gonna
course,
take the Spanish Open next time.
we'll make sure you get first place next time.
Yes, perfect. And here with Vichy last year. And I've been with, maybe Lalum. Yeah.
Yes,
And
the Norwegian TV crew covering the event here at
You're
Norway
Ludvig Hammer.
Chess.
what?
Jon Ludvig Hammer is
Yeah,
there as
you
well.
Ludvig Hammer, of course, and Sverre Krogh. Yeah, then we watched the final in Las Vegas when Magnus won against, was it Nakamura?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Fabiano or Nakamura.
and he's gonna win today.
He's gonna win.
He's gonna win.
You can feel it. You can manifest it.
I'm trying.
As we say that Magnus has just made his move, and he makes the retreating move, moves his knights.
Yes. Did you hear what I said?
Oh yeah, I remember you did.
I'm so
you did
sorry.
mention, you did mention a knight move to me while we were watching the.
Yeah, I said
interview.
I would move the knight to E2.
Maybe you should play Norway Chess instead.
Yeah, but I got so excited now
Next
just
year?
because Magnus did that move.
Yeah, the reason he makes this move though is that he wants to maneuver his knight to this square where it controls some important squares, and White usually wants to put the pawn here to perhaps support a pawn push to control the center. It's very typical in these positions because the knight is actually not doing much on this square. It can never go here because the pawn is occupying that square. So right now Magnus is just improving his position a bit, and he has a bit more time. I really liked that. In the other games, he was spending a lot of time in the opening, but right now he's been speeding up, and that's might have been one of the issues with his tournament. That he's been playing two random openings, which have caused him to spend all his time.
And he's up on his feet again. I'm just hoping he's heading to the confessional because every day, Magnus Carlsen, no, he's coming back, but every day he has been to the confessional booth 2 or 3 times at least. Sometimes it's about the game, his thoughts. Other times he's talking about football, basketball, how he spent his day. Yesterday we got to hear his diary of at what time he woke up, how much he slept, the breakfast, the lunch, meeting with a friend. It's just always great to hear what's going on in his life in general, the human behind the great moves.
Yes, of course. But do you think all the other players have really been studying Magnus' play and opening, and that's why he suddenly changed his opening?
So at this level, like these players, they play all kinds of different openings.
Yeah.
It's very important to switch because if you only play one opening, then the other players can always predict and prepare for it.
Yeah.
So I would say Magnus has maybe 20 different openings that he is jumping between, and I've played against Magnus many times, and it's just it's a nightmare to prepare against him because you don't know
It's
what
a nightmare?
yes, because
Yeah, nightmare.
you don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
So he can make all the first moves.
I thought you said night to, nightmare.
Yeah, because I guess he's the
Yeah, that too.
he's the hero of so many people. So everybody studies his game. He's considered the best of all time with Kasparov. So he has to switch things up because every game has been seen multiple times by these champions. So that's why he's bringing everything, every day something new, He spices things up.
It's just incredible. We were chatting about this with Simon off camera, that it's incredible that Magnus manages to stay motivated when he has been at the very top of the chess world. He's been world #1 for so long, for over a decade. And to keep your motivation when you won the world championships, when you've been #1 by rating for so long, and to stay motivated, to stay hungry. And everyone is coming for you. Everyone is playing their A game against you. Everyone prepares extra hard against you. Like, you are the main target of everyone. It's everyone's dream to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. But it's not over yet,
It's
He
not
can
over.
still win again. But Yeah, I believe he's gonna win. Do you?
Now that you're saying it, Lenny, I believe it because you believe it. So we believe here in the studio that he can do it. He did it against Gukesh. It felt like the day before the rest day, he beat the world champion Gukesh, which was a really important game. Because last year, did you see the viral table slam moment? When
I loved it. It's so nice to watch when he get emotional, because I know he loves chess, of course, and chess is also about a lot of feelings when you're playing, especially if it means a lot to you. So when he got so angry, I just loved it.
It makes him. It makes him human.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
that's why we love to see that.
He was mad, but he was also very professional because he shook Gukesh's hand.
And he said sorry.
Yeah.
He said sorry.
But it's human being, as anybody else.
Yeah. It's anyway very good for chess, these moments. I mean, it went viral, and a lot of people that don't play chess watched it. It's good for the popularity.
Yeah, I agree.
Alireza right now plays a very aggressive move, putting his knight on the edge of the board. It might look very strange. We're usually told to keep the pieces in the center and not put the knight on the side. But here it's setting up some maybe interesting exchange sacrifice. Let's say if Magnus makes a random move. Maybe Alireza wants to sacrifice his rook to open up for the white king. Come with the queen here, give a check, and then bring the rook. It's certainly an idea that is in play. I would say White always has to look up for this exchange sacrifice, but also just in general, opening up for the rook makes sense. And sometimes the knight can jump to this square. So a bit of an ambitious move by Alireza. I think Magnus right now though is not gonna fear this exchange sacrifice. I think he's just gonna stick with his plan and move his pawn. Let's see. He was about to make a move. He does go for this one. The nice thing about making this pawn push is that you're controlling this square well. Like in case Black's knight was going to this square, now you're stopping that, and you can sort of prepare a pawn push later on to take more control of the center. And he's kind of asking Alireza right now, like, what is your plan? Like, if you take this knight, I'm just going to claim that you don't have enough compensation. I'm a material up. And it's also going to be a mistake to play the knight up here, which might not be obvious to the viewers, by the way, because after White captures, Black captures with the pawn, and it looks like this would be a good outcome for Black. They improve their pawn structure. They don't have the double pawn anymore. But this is supposed to be a very good position for White, because White pushes the pawn one square, and White has really good control over the center here, and Black doesn't have a good follow-up. White is going to play moves like this, developing the queen, and very often this pawn is just weak. So this pawn is actually more of a problem for Black because it's blocking the view for the Black rook. So Alireza is not going to go for this knight jump right now. I suspect him to maybe develop his queen. And Simon, do you see what Black is threatening if he places his queen on this square?
Oh, of course. Of course. Now he can take the knight for free.
Yes, so this sets up a...
It took me a while to
a very
to
tricky tricky tactic that you can capture White's knight, and
you cannot take back.
You see why that's smart, Lenny?
Actually, no. Can you explain?
Yeah. So the rook is actually untouchable here. You cannot capture it because so we say that the king is pinned, like because of the queen that is standing there.
Yes.
So you cannot capture the rook. If you do, you're in check.
Yes, of course.
This is the kind of tactics, Lini, that you can use in your game, and that's really gonna make you improve a lot.
Yeah.
Those kind of tactics are crucial to level up your game.
Yes.
So if Alireza makes this move, Magnus has to take some care and perhaps move the king one square away, step out of this diagonal. And now his
There's no pin anymore.
able to capture back. So let's see what Alireza is going to go for. He's spending some time.
So you think he's gonna move his queen?
I think that's very natural.
Yeah.
Developing his queen. Also, the rooks get connected. So that's one of the moves that is possible. He might also just maybe make a move like this to control this square, just improve his position a bit. Maybe he wants to go all in with pushing the pawn here, try to go for an attack, be very ambitious.
Yeah.
Does that look dangerous to you, Linny? A pawn push like that?
No,
No, you're.
that doesn't look very dangerous to me.
You would feel in control.
I would feel a little bit, yeah, but I wouldn't see it. That it would be better to move the queen before you taught me.
You would move the queen instead?
Yes, of course. Now that I know, and I saw what you did. But you have the ability to see the whole game. I wish I could see every move before I played. I really need to think. You don't need that. I don't. You're lucky.
Yeah, it's
It's a gift.
No, I mean I just spent more time on it than you. You'll
Yes.
also be able to do it if you spend a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I will study it more. What about you, Simon, and you, Anna? Can you read the game before? How many moves before?
Good question. I think in general, you don't need to see much further ahead.
Okay.
Usually it's just focusing on the next good move.
Yeah.
But it's true that sometimes that next good move requires to know the plan.
Yeah.
So you need a plan and then find a way to execute your plan.
Yeah. I usually do that, but it doesn't work all the time. But sometimes it works.
And sometimes you see a piece, you want to attack it, you can grab a piece for free, but is it a trap? Is your opponent planned something that he can trap your piece at the same time and get a really nice initiative? So always think okay, if I captured this, what can he does? If there's nothing your opponent can do.
So Alireza actually went for that move that I was suggesting. He develops his queen to this square. Do you think if you had the white pieces here, Linny, would you see that black was threatening this knight? Or
yes, I would take my time to really overlook the board, and then I will see it. Yeah, I think so.
So in the Norwegian celebrity tournament next time,
I will.
You would set up this trick with black, and you would win.
Really?
I mean, that's why we're teaching you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I really hope so.
But don't tell it to your opponents.
No, I hope they don't watch.
Hopefully they're not watching.
I really don't hope they're watching.
And Linny, what do you do now to save your beautiful horsey?
I would, of course, move it.
You would move the horse?
Yes.
Where would you move it?
I would move it to E, 1E, or is that?
That does save it, but it's a bit passive.
Yeah.
You don't want to get on the defensive.
Okay.
So your knight is very centrally placed. So if you go back, it's a bit of a defensive move. So a better move would be just to step out of this diagonal, keep the knight here, and let's say if black tries to go for his sacrifice again.
Yeah.
You don't run into the same issue because
that's
your
what
king is not there, right? You can
showed
capture.
us. You showed this, yeah.
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 What about moving like that?
Yeah, that's also a good move. I mean, it's blocking this diagonal by putting the knight on this square.
So Magnus played it.
Alireza really makes his move quickly there. And the difference now is that if Magnus captures this knight, he's going to take with the rook now, which was different because earlier he had to take with the pawn, and this would be a bad position for black because this pawn is kind of blocking the view for the black rook, and white can play on the queen side here with a free hand. Black actually doesn't have a counterplay in this position, so that's why it's very, very important for black to take with a rook to be able to double and keep this file for counterplay.
Alireza took a bold move here, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed, but bold move when he needs to leave the board. He was telling us when he visited us in the studio that it takes him a long time to go anywhere, obviously, with his injured leg. They have a volunteer helping him. There's a wheelchair. He's got crutches as well, but it takes him a lot longer than for other players to go and get a refreshment, to go to the bathroom. So he really needs to time it well when he leaves the board, because he loses a lot of time by not being able to move around as well as the others. But I think this gives us a chance to also talk to Mehmet, who is our game theory expert. He has some really interesting statistics about the tournament and which field is playing more accurate chess here in Norway.
Mehmet, you have very interesting statistics about this tournament. Can you please tell us more in detail?
Exactly. So this actually halftime after the first round robin event in Norway Chess Women. For the first time in Norway Chess, the women are much more accurate than men. In fact, what I noticed is that after the first 5 rounds, women made on average 1 significant blunder less than men. So this year particularly, it's incredible that women are playing much more accurately. And on the other hand, we can say that men are maybe taking a lot of risks. Maybe they just want to win this tournament at all costs. I don't know exactly the main reason, but this happens for the first time. If you compare with the Canada's tournament, the women's average accuracy in this tournament is almost the same as in the women's Canada's tournament. Whereas compared to the men, the Open Canada's tournament, here in Norway Chess, we see a lot of fighting chess, a lot of people taking risks. Magnus, even Wesley So's accuracy is much more lower than what it used to be. Wesley So has been the most accurate player in Norway Chess for many, many years, but now even his accuracy is lower. It's unbelievable, yeah.
Well, that's something really surprising to hear, because usually top chess players are so accurate. They play 99%, 98% accuracy. And such a nice statistics to know that the women now at this event, at this edition, are playing more accurate. And this is such a great information for further talks. That's fantastic. Is there anything else that we can just you can tell us some interesting fact about maybe even today's day?
In today's games, I mean, Alireza is another interesting fun fact is that Alireza is playing super accurately. Usually Alireza is a little bit taking more risks, and everything. But I think his opponents were doing the job of taking risk, and Alireza was capitalizing on them. So Alireza this year is playing super accurately. He's leading in the game intelligence score. He's leading the tournament. Looks like he's enjoying the fun. Whereas it used to be that Wesley So, such a solid player, very hard to beat, but he also doesn't win very often. And in this tournament, he is doing okay. Still playing accurately, but much less accurately than Alireza, which says that this tournament is very, very special. People, they want to win this tournament. That's very interesting.
Exactly, they want to win at any cost, and this is the first tournament that we actually have Armageddon to decide every single match. Thank you so much for such an interesting information.
Thank you. Cheers. See you.
Thank you so much, Mehmet, for all the statistics and fun facts. Alireza Firouzja, the most accurate player in Norway Chess, but actually Norway Chess Women are playing more precise chess this year. It is fascinating. Lots of risks has been taken in Norway Chess, while the ladies are doing their best to play just their perfect chess as best as they can. 96, 97, 98% accuracy so far, I think, in a lot of the games of today as well. And I would like to check in with the game of the Chinese rising star Jiner, who is facing today the defending champion Anna Muzychuk. Lini, you said that you had breakfast with Anna last year in Stavanger. She won the tournament. Are you going to bring her luck this year too, so she can defend her title?
I'm, of course, rooting for her because I know her a little bit, and she's an amazing person and a great chess player. So, yeah, go Anna.
Go, Anna, says Linny, and I'm sure that Jiner also has so many friends watching from China and rooting for this youngster who has just been rising like a rocket, I feel like, in the women's field. A few years ago, you wouldn't have heard her name, and now she's one of the strongest players in the world, still so young, in her early 20s. She's got the white pieces here today, and Aryan, I think we could break down the factors, instead of going through all the moves and the opening, just breaking down this current position and what are the factors that matter here the most.
So Anna just developed her bishop to this square, pinning the white knight, and she has a very serious threat in the position. If it's black to play, they can eliminate this pawn. So Jiner has to react accurately here. The first move that comes to mind is to get the queen out of this pin by blocking it, pushing the pawn one square. I mean, this would force the white bishop to act, and the other move is to push the center pawn. It's actually what Jiner has done here. The pawn was attacked, and she pushes it one square. I'm expecting Anna now to maybe centralize her knight. And here, Jiner can again push this pawn to force his bishop to move away. She can also, for instance, put the knight on this square to attack White's bishop, but here White has a very, very strong move, Simon, to maybe create some problems for Black.
Oh, you're testing Simon again. I see, Aryan. I see what you're doing there. This is an easy one, I think. I did not see that move for a while, but since you asked the question, I'm like, ooh, there's a winning move. Maybe that black piece there on the edge of the board is finding herself a bit stuck. Can we trap that queen somehow is basically Aryan's question. How to attack the black queen?
I don't see it, to be honest.
Is it to move the tower to B3?
So that's an interesting suggestion. You can do that, but it doesn't get quite trapped. It can run away to this square and hide. So but you try to think about other moves.
And now that Aryan showed where the black queen could go, we need a move that attacks the black queen, but make sure that it cannot go back there.
How else can you attack the queen? So you mentioned the rook. Is it other pieces that you can use?
Hey, Simon, you heard him. Is it some other?
Well, there's another piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you all see it? Okay.
It's hard. I didn't see it first, and I've played chess my whole life, Lini. So do not feel bad. This is not the most obvious attack. Also, considering that White's bishop is hanging, you know, it's, instead of moving the bishop or protecting it, there's a counter attack here on the black queen. I think, Simon, you wanted to say it. We're going to give it to you because you're ready. You're keen.
Are you sure? Do you want to maybe 5 second, Lini, more, maybe? It's a bishop. How can you trap the queen with a bishop?
Why can't... Is it... Oh! Is it bishop to B4?
Yes. Great job. Great job.
Thank God.
There you go.
This is a fantastic move. Actually, Black's queen doesn't have a square. All the squares are occupied. Like, this square is taken, this square is taken, this square is taken. Everything is like these two bishops are controlling all the important squares. This traps the queen and wins the game. I mean, if Black loses the queen, they're having a lost position. So
That's an amazing move.
Yeah,
it's important to be tactically aware all the time.
Yeah.
Because a lot of games, especially on your level, are decided by tactics.
Yeah.
Like if you're always take your opportunities and do well tactically, you can punish your opponent.
Yeah, but could this be possible that I also play poker, so I feel that I'm much better when I play it live. If I had this board live in front of me, I will see the pieces and the game better. And when I see it on the screen or on my phone, I feel that I'm much, not bad. What's the,
you feel that you're worse, but it's
worse.
understandable.
Yeah, but could that be possible, or is it just
for
in
sure.
my mind?
Especially if you're used to playing on the board. I mean, some people are used to like playing on the computer all the time.
Yeah, I don't like
But
that.
if you're not used to that, it's harder to see it.
I love to play it live, so yeah. I think I use more time when I see it on a...
Maybe you would find it if we put a board in front of you.
Yeah, then I will see everything. So just kidding. But I feel that I'm actually, to be honest, better player in poker and chess when I play it live. I don't know why.
But that makes perfect sense, and it depends on what you are used to. As Aryan said, I also learned playing chess on a physical board. So even after many, many years of staring at the screen, I still am better when I see it physically in front of me. It's very different how you see the pieces. It's a 3D or 2D. It's a screen versus pieces that you can touch. Simon, are you better at over-the-board chess or online? How do you see?
Definitely,
Online.
because
Online.
this is what I play the most. So whenever I played in the bar over the board, and it wasn't really good.
But I'm an 85 model, you know? So I didn't grow up with technology or... Yes, maybe that's why I'm better in
me too.
doing
Me too.
things.
I'm also from before the modern technology age. I learned chess from books, Linny, not the computer. Books.
Yeah, I learned it from my mom physically. So yeah, when I was 6, but... So I think it's harder to see, but I need to learn because we're in 2026, so
Yeah.
that's how I can improve.
Yeah.
Be better, yeah.
We'll get better, and we'll get better at adjusting this move as well. Aryan, why does black place a pawn on a square where 2 of white's pieces can capture it? Can you explain?
Yeah, that's a really crazy move. Instead of moving the knight, Anna moves her pawn to squares pretty quickly as well. My explanation for that is that Anna is still in her preparation. Wow. I think she has spent 18 minutes to get to this point, but I think she was trying to remember her analysis. This is something she has studied probably, because I think I've seen a similar position before, and the point is basically that you can capture the knight, but then black will capture white's bishop. And this trade is completely fine for black. I have the 2 bishops and can later bring the rook in. So instead, Jiner captures the pawn with the bishop, a very natural response. And now Anna is going to centralize her knight to this square. And the point is that she's hitting the bishop and the knight. And she gets a square for the queen, because the problem was that earlier, if she would move her knight to the center of the board, again, this bishop move that Linny found was possible, and the black queen is in a lot of trouble. But in the current position, if you move the bishop to this square, it's different, because the bishop is now on this square. So by sacrificing that pawn, now this option becomes available, and very annoying for white, in fact, because you're putting pressure on this knight. And this one might just be very good for Anna Muzychuk. So.
And it's on the board that knight jumps. So very good opening preparation by the defending champion Anna Muzychuk. The time difference also shows that Jiner is not in her analysis, or she might not have expected this for today. It's going to be an exciting battle, and there's so much action going on today here in round 6 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We're gonna take a short break, but when we are back, we'll return to our main courts as well. In Norway Chess Women, we have the tournament leader, Divya, taking on the reigning women's world champion, Wenjun. And at Norway Chess, it is a struggling Magnus Carlsen who's facing today the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. We'll be right back.
It's my true pleasure to be joined by Divya Deshmukh, the golden medalist in the Olympiad for India Team 2024, and also the youngest player in the field of Norway Chess Women. Divya, welcome to Oslo.
Thank you.
First, I would like to ask you, for someone who is completely new to chess, what do you think you're the best known for in the chess world?
I think probably for my aggressive playing style and also resistance.
We would like to know your story of chess, how chess came to your life and how did you realize that you fell in love with the game?
It's a bit of plot twisting story because when I initially started chess, I was 5 and I did not like it and I was not fond of it, and I used to cry when my parents would take me to the chess class because it was just really boring for me to play and sit there and study chess. But then I think when I started playing competitions, I played states and nationals, everything, I started realizing how beautiful the game actually is, and I think the competitiveness really motivated me, and that is how I found myself closer to chess.
Do you believe this motivation which keeps you going more and more, improving in chess?
Yes, definitely. It's not a constant, but it's there.
Very nice. And it's your first time participating in the Norway Chess Women. I want to ask you, when was the first time that you started following Norway chess?
I started following probably around 2021 or 2. I was looking at the open section, and then when they introduced the women's section, I think I followed every single edition. I started following chess more as I grew up.
Definitely. And how it feels now that you're here, after you followed it from the external, now you're at the event?
It's the biggest honor to be here. I was taking a look at the playing venue a few hours ago, and I think it's like the most beautiful venue I've ever played at, or going to play at. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm very grateful to be here.
You just played one of the biggest tournaments of your career, the Candidates, and after this you mentioned that it's very tough, to spot your mistakes, but after this tournament you saw some areas you could improve in. Would you say it's very difficult to do so, and have you managed to resolve some of the mistakes?
I hope so. I guess we'll see if I've managed to resolve it, but in general I think it's very difficult to change your mistakes because you've been playing for so long, so it kind of becomes a habit, and then you have to change your whole thinking process, so then it gets kind of difficult.
And now I have more fun question, because you mentioned to us that you're really good at dancing. Now, we all want to know, is it at celebrating parties with friends, or it's more of a dancing when no one watches you in the living room?
I think the second one. I feel more comfortable when I'm alone, but I think I can also do the first one.
So how does it work? Like you're just listening to the music and you're just enjoying it?
Yeah, I also, when I'm doing chess, I think I love listening to music, and it also helps me focus, so it's become a really big part of my life.
Now I'd like to talk more about the Norway Chess Women. It's truly a revolutionary event for the women chess. For the 3rd year in a row it's happening. Which impact do you think it has in the chess world?
I think it has a huge impact because it's, first of all, a really prestigious event, and everybody from the outside wants to get in, and everybody who's already playing there wants to stay there. So I think it's definitely one of the most difficult, challenging tournaments because everybody you face is quite highly accomplished. And yeah, I'm just really grateful I got an opportunity.
Currently, there are only around 10% of the rated female chess players in the world. So what do you think, which steps should we make, or generally chess world should make, in order to include more girls in chess?
I think it's gonna take some time, but definitely I think such events. When I was younger, I used to look up to such strong and top-rated events, especially when you're playing next to the world champions and the open section is being held at the same time. It's quite a motivating factor, so this tournament is definitely one of the good steps, I would say. For the other steps, I would say maybe just encouraging women to play in more open section tournaments would be great.
Definitely. And now I want to talk more about your perspective on chess. What would you say is the most satisfying and frustrating thing in chess?
Well, satisfaction is obviously winning. For me, at least, it is. And I think the most satisfaction would be when you win, like, let's say, a long game, but a perfect game, and you know that you did your best, and yeah, just playing a good game. And frustrating, okay, I guess losing a winning game, what else? Losing or drawing it. I think sometimes drawing is worse than losing.
Definitely, it's so tough, then tough to come back as well.
Yeah.
And what does a good training day look like to you?
I think I'm more of a night person than a morning person, so I like to train at night. I would say, let's say I wake up, I eat, I would probably play some games, soften position, look at openings, work on my mistakes, work out a little bit, and then in the night, yeah, this is where I usually train the most.
And I have a final question to Divya. What do you do outside of chess which helps your improvement?
I had taken up running, but I have slacked on it a little bit because after candidates I took a bit of a break. So I would say running was definitely really good, working out, and sports. Sports is amazing for chess.
You know, here close to the hotel, this area which we have is very nice for running, just in case you would like to try.
I will have to take it up again, yeah. I actually injured my knee, so I'm taking a bit of a break.
Oh, but hopefully the tournament's good.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Divya, for your time.
No worries, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess Women. This is day 6, and the action is heating up. We're going to head over to Norway Chess and this particular board, where the former world number 2 Wesley So has the white pieces against Indian chess prodigy Praggnanandhaa. Pragg has just made his move. Aryan, I think we need to jump right into this middle game, and if you could break down the complexities, the imbalances, who is playing for what in this position?
It's a very fascinating position. I mean, just look at the pawn structure here, as Pragg has been basically throwing all his pieces at Wesley's king. His pawn push has been very interesting, and now on the last move, Pragg is moving his queen to this square, clearing the path up for the black rook. And he's trying to put a lot of pressure on Wesley here. We're seeing a hungry Pragg after losing yesterday to world champion Gukesh. I think Pragg really is looking to bounce back. And Wesley is known to be an extremely solid player and very, very rarely loses games. But Pragg is now trying everything he can to spice this one up. And it's Wesley has to come up with a plan here how he's gonna put his pieces, because it looks pretty locked on the queen side. If you, for instance, capture this pawn, it doesn't help much. Like, in fact, it only helps black, because he will just capture back, and later on, this bishop is going to have an open diagonal. So I think it's very important at this point for Wesley to make this move, challenge the black center. If black takes it, he can maybe take with a bishop and try to get some piece activity, because otherwise it can look a bit passive for white.
Yeah, Wesley seems a bit stuck, with all these pawns. It's around equal, I guess, but it's not so easy to navigate when you're white, sorry, because black seems to have so much space. The pieces can naturally go to any squares they want.
But black seems very active right now, but it also has to be said that this could definitely backfire. Black has taken a lot of risks opening up for the king. Generally, you are told to not push pawns in front of your king. That was also something I was trying to explain to Lini, because your king can end up being in danger. But in this position, Pragg is really like going for it. But if, let's say, Wesley makes this move and the position opens up, potentially the black king might be in danger. Currently, Wesley's taking some time. They're about even on the clock, and we are on move 14. So a lot of moves to be made here.
Aryan.
It's actually possible that maybe Pragg wants to meet this pawn push by pushing his pawn one square up and eyeing this pawn with check. Interesting, very interesting move there. And if this happens, Wesley has the option to close down the position completely, and then it's very hard for both sides to make progress. What were you going to say, Simon?
Yeah, I was looking at a position and was like, how, if I'm white, how can I improve my position or just make more space? And I was thinking about this move. Maybe it's look crazy, but to sacrifice the white knight.
You want to capture this pawn in the center?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Let's say if black captures, you take with the queen.
Yeah.
The problem is though, like after black plays this move, he attacks the queen and this pawn is protected. You actually just end up with a position where you have two pawns for the piece, but a piece is just stronger. So this wouldn't be
no good.
It wouldn't be good enough. You don't have enough compensation here. A piece is too much to sacrifice. But Wesley right now, his position is a bit cramped, so I think he really wants to push this pawn and get his pieces into activity. What comes to your mind, Linny, when you see this position?
Yeah. Well, if I were Wesley, I would move the pawn to f3. Because you just told us.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You're wise.
She's learning.
I'm learning quick.
I think you would play that move even if I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah. We will never find out, but I would know.
Yeah, let's see. Wesley could also, for instance, like try to trade bishops here. It's a bit common in these positions to trade the dark squared bishops, and black would be forced to take it because if you drop the bishop back, you lose the rook. But I don't think Pragg would worry too much about this one. He can maybe try to improve his knight and get the bishop out. But it's certainly also an option for Wesley.
I think while Wesley is thinking through that pawn push, whether to go pawn to f3 or not, what happens in the complications there is an interesting parallel between this game and one of the games in Norway Chess Women, because also the game of the tournament leader Divya Deshmukh against the reigning women's world champion Wenjun features this very same pawn push in front of the black king. It seems to be the theme of the day. Someone told them, hey, today you gotta push that pawn in front of your king. We usually tell our students, do not do this at home. You gotta use those pawns to protect your king. And now this pawn too is just running up the board. Aryan, what is happening in this game? And what are the main factors to consider? Why is Wenjun's pawn that far ahead and not protecting the king?
So Wenjun has not been having a great tournament so far. She's currently in 5th place. She's the world champion. And I really like how she's been playing this game. She's been playing very active. And right now, by pushing the pawn 2 squares, trying to put pressure on tournament leader Divya, and she really wants to pick up her first win in the tournament, Wenjun. I didn't like Divya's last couple moves. She went with the bishop and traded for this knight. They sometimes do this in these kinds of position, but here it seemed very harmless as black just got the 2 bishops, maneuvered the knight to this amazing square. And right now, it just seems easier for black to play to me. Like black is just going to go forward. And it's not so easy for white to find a clear plan. Like if you try to move your knight, black could just go forward, push the knight back. And if you, for instance, go to this square, suddenly black can capture this pawn in the center. Because the white queen no longer would control that pawn. So it seems uncomfortable for Divya right now. I don't know how she's going to deal with this pawn push. Maybe she will try to capture in the center, but that does also open up for the black queen. So the trend is in black's favor here. Of course, as I pointed out, it's risky to open up for the king like that. But here it's very difficult for white to take advantage of it. Simon.
Yeah, I think it seems pretty tough. If you don't know what you're doing, it can end up really messy. What about that knight to f1 next to the king?
Yeah, this was the move I was thinking about, but I think black can just push this pawn, and your knight only has 1 square, and then black takes this pawn in the center.
Yeah.
Takes, bishop takes, and this looks very good for black. And one thing you don't want to do with white is push this pawn 1 square up, because after black plays this one, you can take it, but black's bishop gets very active. And here, I like black's pieces more than white's pieces. It looks very active for black. But maybe white can be cold and just capture this pawn. But black can also capture this pawn. Let's see what Divya goes for here, but for now, I really like Wenjun's position, Anna.
And as you said, it really shows that the women's world champion is ready for a fight. In fact, she wants a fight because she hasn't had a good tournament so far. She needs to win in classical chess today against Divya. This is their rematch. They drew on day one, and in Armageddon, Divya won. And today it's Wenjun who's trying to win in this game with the black pieces playing it very aggressively. I like it. I like the choice. But I also wanted to mention that today, Divya's teammate from the Olympic team of India, the world champion Gukesh, has quite a tough battle to face against Germany's #1 Vincent Keymer. I feel like the opening, maybe it's not what Gukesh expected, because right now what we see is that Gukesh has already spent 1 hour of his time in this game. They are still at quite an early stage of the game, but to spend an hour, half of his time is already gone, and that gives Vincent half an hour of time advantage. Let's check in on the position, Aryan, and what is it that surprised Gukesh, most likely, you think?
Yeah, it seemed like he spent a lot of time on this pawn push at this point when Vincent pushed his pawn to this square. Gukesh spent around 30 minutes to move this pawn.
30 minutes?
Yeah, around 30 minutes. He spent a lot of time on this.
On that one move, Lini, imagine 30 minutes.
I mean, there are... he wasn't sure how the following position is, and he did have options in this position. I think he was thinking maybe about moves like h6, or maybe he was thinking about capturing the pawn. I mean, black could enter an endgame if they wanted to, but I think he concluded that this position looked rather unpleasant with white bishops active. This bishop is very passive. This would be a good outcome for Vincent Keymer. Instead, Gukesh has pushed his pawns, but I like White's position. Vincent has 30 minutes more on the clock, and I think right now improving the knight for White and putting it on this square makes a lot of sense, putting pressure here and here. Let's say the black bishop should move, probably drop it back to this square to eye the center, and now White could, for instance, capture. If black captures back, maybe White could make a move like rook to e1 and prepare another pawn push. Vincent has been playing a bit of an offbeat opening in the hope of surprising Gukesh, and right now I think he's happy with the position he has. He has more time and a very playable position, Anna.
It does seem to be a very playable position, and the element of the surprise making Gukesh think for so long. We usually say that after some point it just becomes too much time. Like, it's a move probably that he was considering already after a minute or two, but then he goes so much into the depth of it, the calculation, the foresight, that he ends up spending half an hour on that one single decision. And there is no increment here, Lini, in Norway. Aryan, sorry, I thought you wanted to say something. I was like, oh, is there an important update?
No. My friend smiled to me, so I smiled back.
They're trying to make you laugh. I see what's happening here. Trying to make our job even harder, as if it wasn't hard enough already. Thank you so much to the crowd. They do deserve
a couple of years ago.
We need to manage to somehow include the audience as well, because we do have an incredible live audience here. I wish we had a camera here to show that there's a very important game going on right now in the VIP area. So shout out to all of the guests of today coming to Norway Chess and making Aryan laugh, which is not easy. Honestly, this guy never laughs.
Never laugh.
Yeah, I'm such a serious guy, Anna.
Very serious. So serious.
I never laugh.
Now, when it comes to the game, yes, sometimes it's too much time that you overthink. Yeah. And that's what happened to Magnus as well in some of his earlier games. Hopefully today his time management will be better. But before we go and analyze the game of Magnus Carlsen, we do have a very important interview with one of the best friends of Magnus and what he thinks about Magnus Carlsen. So over to you, Udin.
You're one of the closest friends of Magnus, and we want to know a little bit more about him that we don't see on the screens. But you know, as a friend, how good friend is he, and what do you usually do to have fun?
Yeah, no, I known him for a very long time, and of course we played a lot of sports together back in the past, and some chess as well. He's always been a lot better than me in most, especially chess. Not all the sports, but he's always fighting, and now I can see him struggling a bit with the chess. I have some experience with that as well, especially since I'm a father, and I think a big part of it is due to that. It's just like general fatigue, maybe a bit rusty, something like that. But he still plays very good chess, of course, and yeah, I'm here just support and root him on.
He became a father just a year ago, and we kind of feel a bit of change in his mood. He's more happier. If you can tell us a little bit more.
Yeah. I think he said it himself as well. Like he's probably more relaxed, and the losses don't sting that much. But then again, he's not used to losing, at least not this much. So it probably stings.
Is he usually gets upset in a friendly game when he loses?
No, the thing is he rarely loses in friendly games as well, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I want to ask about the Guinness record that you have. Longest chess game ever played. Just a little bit more how difficult that was for you.
Yeah, no, it was the longest chess marathon, and it wasn't that. We thought that like sleep would be our main enemy going into it, but actually it was the chess. It was really exhausting. Playing my head was spinning literally after 61 hours. But now I think the record is broken. It's now 64 hours, so it's time to go again for me and Askild. So we have something in the works, maybe in 2027. So yeah, let's hope we can do it again.
Oh wow, that's fantastic! You're gonna keep waiting for the updates. Thank you so much, and hopefully you're gonna have a fun time here.
Thank you.
And while we were talking to Udin, actually we had another confessional visit, and it's not Magnus Carlsen this time, but the world champion Gukesh just sharing his thoughts about today's game. So over to you, Gukesh.
Interesting game so far. I didn't recall the opening exactly, but I remember I played a game with white where my opponent went bishop e7, so I thought it might be interesting to try it out. Then thought I was making logical moves, but suddenly after he played bishop g5, suddenly started seeing a lot of ghosts, and d4 knight b3 I couldn't find a nice reply, but I think after an awfully long think, I managed to find this bishop d6, which I feel should be equalizing because I have cd, d, take everything and hit 6. But yeah, that took a lot of time, but I think I'm pretty comfortable right now.
The world champion Gukesh sharing some important lines in his game of today, and also talking about the time management. Aryan, could you show to us and to the viewers the variations he was talking about?
Yes, he was mentioning that he's sacrificing a pawn with withdrawing the bishop to this square because he blocks the view for the black queen. And right now, as you guys see on the board, Vincent Keymer has captured his pawn in the center, and if he wants to, he can take this pawn again. White wins a pawn, but as Gukesh said in the confessional, he's planning to capture the knight and play this pawn push, forcing the white bishop to act on this diagonal. And it's not so easy because if you drop the bishop back, you lose the central pawn, which earlier was not possible to capture because the queen would be hanging. And if you decide to capture the black knight, black suddenly gets a lot of compensation. He has the two bishops, the white knight is attacked, and if you move it, suddenly you're losing this pawn. So black gets a lot of play here. So it's a critical position that Gukesh spent a lot of time on, around 30 minutes, and he said like he spent awful lot of time, but he felt confident that this should be okay for him. And if he drops the bishop back Vincent, this would be a huge mistake because Gukesh now would just push the pawn 2 squares up, and suddenly the white bishop doesn't have a square. It can only drop back to this one, but Gukesh would just trade and capture the knight, so it wins a piece there. So let's see if Vincent is going to be brave and take that pawn, or I think if I was in his shoes, I would just like make a move like this, defend the pawn and develop the rook. Simon, what comes to your mind when you see this position?
Yeah, as you said, I think activating the rook, putting it on a central square is always a good idea. I've had multiple games where, placing the rook on a central square is generally a right move. It's rarely a bad move. Like it's always great to put the rook in the center.
A very natural move indeed, and I think Gukesh will still challenge the white bishop. You could, for instance, drop it back to this square, and we have this pawn on the center is potentially a bit weak, but black also has their pieces on good squares. So I would personally pick white here, but it helps to be confident as Gukesh was feeling pretty okay with his position.
Yeah, in the box, he sounded really confident about his move. That took him 30 minutes. He was like, yeah, he seemed so, confident about this move. He thinks he's gonna win?
In general, Gukesh is a very, very confident player. He generally believes a lot in his position.
Yeah.
And I think always believes that he can win if he has an okay position. He's a big fighter.
But because it took him 30 minutes, was it because, is he calculating? Is he doing a lot of maths?
Well, there was just a lot of moves to consider. Like, this was the moment where he took 30 minutes, and you kind of have to...
And he seemed so happy about that move.
Yeah, he felt like he went the right path. It's just hard to kind of like assess all the moves and know which one to go for.
Yeah.
I mean, every move leads to a different position, so you kind of have to calculate things well and make sure you don't miss something. So spending that much time is it can sometimes happen on this level.
Yeah. Have you ever used 30 minutes to think out the...
Yes, I have. But I would feel bad about myself if I did.
Yeah.
Because I feel I'm getting like close to time trouble.
Yeah.
So I would generally try to avoid it. But for sure, it's happened to every grandmaster out there where they had one move where they spent 30 minutes. But what you want to do is to speed up on the next few moves after you spend that much time.
Yeah.
And now Vincent is thinking a little bit. He won a tournament before coming here, 2 days before coming to Norway Chess, so he's in great form. But Gukesh is the world champion, so that's going to be quite a fight.
Yeah, so the German Vincent Keymer, he just won a very strong tournament in Romania, so he's coming fresh off from a tournament victory. He's currently in very good form these days.
The only thing he hasn't managed to get used to is the Armageddon, because it's a very special format we have here in Norway. And Vincent said he hasn't played much Armageddon in his life. And even though the classical games are going well for him, he keeps losing the Armageddon. And that's each time half a point that he's losing, because he's not managing to get used to this format. Armageddon. Have you played Armageddon before, Linny? Or did you play Blitz, like fast chess? You played fast chess on TV, right?
No, it was actually Armageddon.
Armageddon? You played Armageddon?
Yes.
Really?
With my broken arm.
That's even harder.
Yes, I know.
You've done
That's
a much
why I've
harder
done
thing.
So much mistakes. I was so stressed. But yeah, I actually like Armageddon.
You like fast chess?
I actually like fast chess more than, slow chess, classic chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
Wow.
To play, I like to think for a long time, so I would pick classical for playing. But to watch, the faster the better. And Armageddon, so exciting that someone has to win. What about you, Simon?
I'm a blitz player. I like a 3 minutes game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No increments. You gotta be fast.
Gotta be fast.
Free. I played actually so fast on this Norwegian Celebrity Championship, but I played so fast that herregud, brikker.
Your pieces?
My pieces was all over the place. But yeah,
It happened to
people
Magnus
really
too.
enjoyed watching. They're like, oh my God, you're such a fast player.
And that was with your other hand. Like,
Yeah.
it was not your dominant hand playing so fast. That's very admirable.
Yeah, I felt so cool until, my pieces fell down. And I got 3 warnings.
That happens a lot in Armageddon, actually. Flying
Yeah.
pieces. I mean, you just have so little time, so not easy to make all the decisions with low time on the clock. But I personally like Armageddon a lot too. It's certainly a lot of adrenaline.
Yeah, it is. I love adrenaline.
A big question for today will be if our main court of the day, the game between the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja and the world number Magnus Carlsen, will it be decided in classical or will it head to an Armageddon? Right now, Magnus Carlsen is enjoying about 15 minutes of time advantage, and Alireza is still pondering about the decision on how to capture that pawn in the middle of the board. Let's check in on the position. Yeah, because I think, Eleni, we all want to know what is going on and why is Alireza thinking?
He's thinking and he was just yawning.
Is he bored about the position? What can you tell about the body language?
He's truly thinking.
He's been very chill this tournament, sitting very relaxed at the board, leaned back. I mean, he has to be a lean back.
Kind of has to, right? The leg position forces him. This leg injury is changing everything. We see that cushion. He doesn't have his leg up for once. It always is on that cushion. He has the second chair for his leg, and now he's not using it anymore, but he is yawning, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's getting better.
His leg is improving, but maybe his chest will get worse then. Perhaps this is bad because he was leading with the injured leg up on the cushion.
That was his lucky charm.
Yeah, so Magnus has traded rooks on the last 2 moves and now captures in the center. So there's quite a few things that has been happening since we last checked in on this game. So Magnus put his pawn in the center here. Very natural. You generally want to place as many pawns in the center as you can, challenging the black center. And Alireza, he's known for being a very aggressive player. Never backs off. He pushes this pawn 2 squares, supporting his knight and ready to go for a pawn push. Very interesting move. And Magnus decided after this one to just trade this pawn, trade the rooks, and also trading in the center. So quite a big decision because it does release the tension in a way to go for all these trades. But I think his idea is basically that after the dust settles, he's perhaps thinking that the black king is a bit exposed with this pawn push. And right now it is a critical position because Alireza can capture the pawn in 2 ways, but one way is much better than the other, it seems. As if you capture with the pawn, which might look like the most obvious move, but this would be a mistake because it allows white to go for a very interesting variation here. Capture the black knight, and after black captures back, white can invade with the queen here on this square, attack the black knight, and suddenly everything is hanging. Black can take the white's knight, but then white takes black knight. So let's see what happens. Takes. But the following position is better for white because of these 2 weak pawns. So this would be a very good outcome for Magnus, actually. So right now it's important for Alireza to capture with a knight and...
Not the queen?
Sorry?
Not the queen?
You can actually only take with the pawn and the knight right now. I mean...
No, I mean
if...
What if he moves his queen to f5?
So the black queen?
I think Eleni was talking about when you capture with the bishop, the knight, and maybe that the queen takes that.
Oh, okay, now I understand. Yeah, sorry. So takes... you want to take with the queen here, Eleni? Is that what you want to do?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's
Now I don't remember. Yes, I think so.
that's possible.
Yeah.
That's something Black should consider as well. I think maybe the issue here is that White will still go for this queen move and suddenly attacking everything in Black's camp. The knight is hanging, the pawn is hanging.
Alireza took with the pawn.
Alireza did take with the pawn, which is...
Seems to be a mistake. This is what you were saying, Aryan, that if Alireza takes with the pawn and then Alireza actually grabbed the pawn, captured Magnus's central pawn, and now Magnus has this really strong move that you were highlighting, the bishop trading for the knight and the queen entering Black's camp. Alireza could be in trouble if Magnus spots that.
Yeah, and Magnus has a lot of time to think right now. It's a very concrete and forced variation, but I believe the following position is looking better for Black. Sorry, better for White. I mean, here we would get a lot of trades, but after takes, actually White can take with the king, and right now the reason, by the way, White takes with the king is that if you take with the rook, this check is quite annoying. Black gives this check, and suddenly White finds himself being in a lost position because you have to
protect with the rook.
You have to protect with the rook, and then Black will trade the rooks and has this nice move pawn to g4, which is winning the White knight. You cannot move it as the White king is in check. So. But it's a very forced variation, but Magnus has the time now to try to figure that out, but it seems pretty forced. So takes the knight, Alireza captures back, Magnus goes in with the queen, and it doesn't looks to me like Alireza has a better move here than capturing the knight. If you try to save the knight, White can hop in on this square, and it's a very active position for White, so... I believe Alireza has to take here. Magnus takes the knight, takes, king takes, and I mean, this is like very deep in the variation, but it looks like the White king will eventually step back, and Black's pawns are a bit weak, so it should be an initiative for Magnus. And by the way, if Black pushes the pawn in this position, it doesn't work because the Black rook is hanging.
And what I can tell from the camera before Vincent Keymer blocked it for a second for us is that Magnus is sensing this. I think you can... I'm not as good at body language and reading their expressions as Simon is here in our studio, but I feel like what I can tell from that camera is that Magnus Carlsen is sensing the opportunity. He's very logged into that calculation, and he smells the blood there. It's a shark that is sensing that there's something going on here, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, I've seen Magnus in stream multiple times, blinking his eyes as he's doing right now. And when he's blinking his eyes like that, it usually means that he's calculating something. So yeah, you're right, Anna.
Lina, that's great news. That means that he's sensing the opportunity. He's calculating, making sure, because it's quite complex. Yeah. It's easier for us to sit here. We can take our moves back. We can look at the computer assessment. He has to figure it out all by himself, but he's definitely sensing the opportunity here.
Yeah. I agree. Now, I thought he was gonna...
Yeah, let's see if Magnus goes for this. It would lead to a slightly better position for Magnus. It's not...
not a winning position, but
the winning
initiative
position
for Magnus.
By any means,
yeah.
but a bit of an initiative. And Magnus could also go for a solid move, like maybe play the move suggested by Linny earlier, pushing the pawn one square up to stop Black from advancing. This is also possible, but I quite like taking the knight instead and going for that variation that is forced.
He's going really aggressive, and I think he's going to sense that opportunity, I feel like.
Well, it's a good sign that he's thinking. It means that he's probably considering it.
Let's hope so.
Oh, he just lifted his eyebrows like, just like, what?
What does that tell us, Simon? You're so good at reading his mind. Have you seen Simon's videos?
Of course. Hasn't everybody? I love to follow you on Instagram. You are so funny, and it's like seeing Magnus. And you're doing it with love, you know?
Yeah, I truly admire him. Like, you know, I do this for a lot of chess players because I really do appreciate them a lot, and yeah, they're a huge inspiration for me.
Yeah, that's Simon Plays Chess, everyone on Instagram. If you haven't seen, the best Magnus Carlsen impersonator is sitting in our studio here, Simon Plays Chess. And yeah, I think your Magnus is the best. Like you also have so many videos about Magnus, but some of your other impressions, I like Alireza a lot too, the way you interpret Alireza.
Yeah, it's a lot in the voice, huh? It's a lot in the...
Can we hear now?
In the tone.
Putting you on the spot right here on air. Simon Plays Chess,
Simon.
live performance.
So I was thinking about the pawn and taking maybe with the knight, but it was interesting to find it with the knight. It was really interesting.
So good.
It's very interesting to, but what am I gonna do with the bishop? It was not so clear.
What would Magnus say to that?
I'm not quite sure about taking with the pawn. Maybe I would have taken with the knight. So I think maybe a miscalculation from Alireza, but it was not so clear. I thought about that move, d7, but then again, like, are you threatening anything? I was confused because last night I didn't sleep that much, and I was just trying to remember the lines.
That, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. Simon Plays Chess, that is.
That's awesome.
You're truly unique. I don't think I've ever seen anyone
It's amazing.
do as good of a job as you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
While we've been admiring here Simon's impressive skills, we also wanted to show you, Linny, a photograph from Alireza's previous tournament, because you have some experience playing injured a chess tournament, but this is him at his previous tournament playing in bed. What do you think about this situation, how he was playing there?
Well, he seems really relaxed. But I feel bad for him. I hope he's not in much pain, but it doesn't seem to bother him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the thing is, at that tournament in Romania, he fell off of the stage, from what I understand. So he got injured during the tournament, and then he tried to continue the event with the injured leg in bed, but it wasn't really going well for his recovery, so he withdrew from the event, essentially.
Okay.
Luckily for us, he's here sitting, but Magnus is interrupting us because he went back to the confessional. So over to you, Mr. World number 1.
I don't even remember. I think maybe it was yesterday. So 2 days in a row I'm mentioning Kramnik, but there's this quote from the Barev's book, From London to Alista, about Kramnik's World Championship matches, that when he played Leko, in terms of preparation, he writes, like, sarcastically, that they had kind of only examined one possibility, which was that Leko was an idiot and not really considered anything else. And I've talked about that in chess before, that is often my first instinct, and then I try and see if, calculate to see if that changes, but sometimes I don't. So right now, that is very much my thought right now. It seems to me that whatever way he captures now on f4, I'm going to go queen d7. And if he takes on g3, I'll take the knight, and then I will go king takes f2, and I don't think he has anything. And I kind of made myself sit at the board now for a little bit just to see if I could find something for him. And I may end up looking like an idiot, because I usually have in this tournament, but I just don't see it. I just think I'm much, much better.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen has just shared his calculation there in the confessional booth, and that's exactly the strongest, the best variation there is. Aryan has showed it on our board earlier as an analysis, but Magnus Carlsen wants to move the queen all the way into black's camp, attack the knight, and he also has mentioned all the way at the end where he captures the pawn with the king. He says that Alireza doesn't have anything there. That is great news for all the fans of Magnus Carlsen, Linny.
Yes, of course. And he said exactly what you said, Aryan.
Yeah, I can read his mind.
Yes, you are psychic.
Yeah, great news for Magnus, of course, and he seemed. He seemed to.
Well, and the queen is there. The queen move. This is the strongest way to continue. Magnus said it. Magnus plays it. It's on the board. Magnus Carlsen with the initiative here. Very strong play by the world number one.
Yes.
He's forcing Alireza's hand right now because, if Alireza moves the knight, let's say to this square, it's looking very, very dangerous. Like Magnus can activate, hitting the black queen, and the queen doesn't have a good square. Like if you go to this square, Magnus can, for instance, play this check. And if you move the king, do you see Simon or Linny what White can do here?
Yes, I see it. Do you see it, Linny?
I was listening. I didn't watch. Let me see.
It's White turn.
Checkmate in 2 moves.
Checkmate in 2 moves?
Yes.
What? Oh my. 2 moves.
What checks come to mind in this position? Which checks you are looking at to the black king?
Oh my god.
It's a knight jump, right? We have a beautiful knight jump.
Let's see if Linny spots it.
Aryan is already training Linny for the next celebrity tournament here in Norway.
Is it the knight to f7? No?
How can you give a check to the black king? You see how you can give a check?
To move the queen? No, what?
So you have to use the knight.
Yeah?
Where would you go with the knight to give a check to the black king?
Why can't I? Yeah, because it's I'm looking at the white, right?
Yes.
Yes. So of course. Oh my god. So to f5, right?
So f5 is actually not the best square because the pawn is eyeing that one. But can the knight go to another square?
Yeah, no, I mean, oh my god, h5.
Exactly.
I'm so stressed.
Knight to h5.
They're putting you on the spot. This is like an exam. Like, Linny, what's the move? Tell us the move.
No, but Linny already told us that if it's on the board, if it's on the board, she would have found
board.
it
That's
very
the thing.
easily. Yeah, if it's seat.
And the checkmate will come next move after the king goes to the side of the board. Yeah. Now the other knight comes in with another check, and the king has nowhere to go.
Any squares. So this is a pretty nice checkmate, which means that in the current position, Alireza cannot move the knight. If White gets to activate his knight to this square, he would just be winning. So right now he has to go for taking the white knight. And Magnus will then capture Alireza's knight. And now I'm expecting Alireza would take this pawn. I mean, he could also take this pawn, but Magnus will just capture back. And now hitting everything in black's camp, Magnus is going to take a pawn at least and be much better. So this is a very good outcome for white. So Alireza should take this pawn. I don't know, maybe what Alireza missed was that Magnus captures with the king here. It's very possible that this was what he missed in his calculation. Because you would expect white to take with the rook, and then we saw black was okay, but if he captures with the king, he's still hitting black's rook and get the king to safety later, while black's pawns are weak. So, looking good for Magnus.
And it's looking so good that the Norway Chess evaluation bar is assessing it as quite a high likelihood for Magnus, 59% chance of probability for Magnus to win, according to the Norway Chess evaluation bar. Linny, what we see under the board is the computer analysis.
Okay.
It thinks of the position as if both players are playing perfect chess, basically how the computer would play it.
Yeah.
But our bar on the left side takes into account the human factors. It takes into account the time management, it takes into account their skills, it takes into account that it's Magnus Carlsen playing with the white pieces.
Yeah.
So it says, according to this bar, 59% chance Magnus wins, 39% chance that it's a draw, and the tiny, tiny bar is how likely it is that Alireza will win this position right now.
Yeah.
Huge for Magnus. It's a very big advantage that the bar is saying Simon here. It's either win or draw, but very likely the win according to the Norway Chess evaluation bar.
Yeah, it's so great to see it that way. I mean, if you start playing chess and you just see the bar, it can be like, okay, white is winning, but just a little bit. But now we see, okay, Magnus has really great chance.
The practical chances are really, really high of him winning the game.
I just want to mention that I think the first game of the tournament might be finishing up very soon in the Norway Chess Women. The game between Bibisara and Koneru Humpy it has been repeating for.
We could go there real quick if we have a moment.
It seems like it's going to go to Armageddon as they're
heading toward
repeating
an
moves for a second time.
So the second placed player, the tournament leader Bibisara, with the white pieces, facing a very experienced Humpy Koneru from India, and they have repeated the position twice already. You're saying,
So
Aryan?
I think if Humpy retreats the queen again, it's 3 times. So yeah. So Humpy now, it's her to move, but her queen is attacked. And if she moves it to the square it came from, if it goes back to this square, they've been repeating the position 3 times.
She might just be waiting for her opponent to return to the board.
And maybe Linny doesn't know about this, but if the same position repeats itself 3 times,
then
it's a draw.
Yeah. Remis?
Remis. Remis is in Norwegian. Remis is in English, draw.
Draw, okay.
Interesting. We saw earlier that Bibisara went for a gambit. She sacrificed the pawn in the opening, but Humpy reacted well with that mysterious queen move earlier to get Bibisara out of her preparation. And then essentially it led to this situation where Black still has that extra pawn in the middle of the board, so Bibisara thought that she doesn't have anything better than repeating the moves. Which will mean we love draws here in Norway, because then we get to see Armageddon.
Yeah, that's true.
It could be the first one. Yeah, it could be the first one of the day, Aryan.
Yeah, so earlier, if Bibisara wanted to play on, she could actually capture this pawn with the knight, taking advantage of this pin against the black queen. Takes here, takes. It actually sacrifices a piece, but after white activates the queen to this square, white gets a lot of play for the sacrificed piece, hitting here and here, but it was very difficult to figure out, I guess, if this was enough compensation. It would have been very interesting, but Bibisara kept it safe, and as far as I can see, this is the only move that makes sense for black, and if she goes for this, the position is repeated 3 times. So I'm expecting we'll get Armageddon here very, very soon, which we love to see in Norway chess. I think it's... all these Armageddons are very exciting to watch.
But maybe Humpy is like, oh no, Bibisara is so good in fast time control. Maybe I don't want to risk it. Maybe she's gonna be like, okay, let's fight on this classical game because it gives more points, right? And she's on a time advantage also. That's.
Can she fight on? Does she have a way to place the queen elsewhere? Can she go all the way back to the original square? Or is she just waiting for... Oh, I think she was just waiting for Bibisara to return, because now I feel like she stood up to call the arbiter. They cannot offer a draw before move 30 is completed.
Yeah.
So what Humpy is doing, I believe, is that she went to call the arbiter to show that now with her queen move, the position repeats 3 times. So this is what we call in chess claiming the draw. You need to stop the clock, call the arbiter, and show that with your move, this is the third time the same position is on the board, and therefore it is a draw. So the arbiters will check if it's true that it happened, and then the game will be concluded as a draw, heading to an Armageddon, which we are very happy for the Armageddon. The more chess, the better.
Of course. So that's what they're discussing now.
Yes, the arbiters will check it on their board. They need to verify that it's correct, that it's the same position. And there is the handshake, which means that it's a draw in classical chess between Bibisara and Humpy. But in about 10 minutes' time, they will be back to fight it out in Armageddon. And we are so thrilled to see that. By the way, in Norway Chess Women, we also have the tournament leader Divya Deshmukh in not a very comfortable position today. The reigning women's world champion, Wenjun, with the black pieces, is really going for it. She's been pushing the pawn in front of her king. She's going for the attack. She's playing very aggressively because she wants to win her first game here in Norway. Aryan, let's check in on the current situation and what are the main factors here that make Wenjun's position better?
Yeah, Wenjun has been playing really active this game. She pushed the pawn in front of her king all the way up to g4, forcing the white knight to move away. And right now, Wenjun's position is looking very good. She has her knight active, and Divya's problem is that her pieces are just very passive right now. The knight and the last rank, and this knight in the center of the board also doesn't have a lot of good squares to go to. I'm expecting her to move the rook right now because the knight is attacking it. So she can go to this square, but Wenjun can now just drop the knight back to this square. And in general, she has really like nice piece harmony. She has the bishop pair. She has her rooks on this file. And you can argue that her king should be weak because she has pushed that pawn, but right now white's pieces are really far away from black's king. If that, with the time situation, she's also up on the clock. Yes.
If that happens, can you just slide the rook and in front of the black king?
This one?
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, the problem is that you're actually not threatening something though, because the bishop is always protecting this. I might just push this pawn.
Okay, yeah.
And let's say now if you try to activate the knight, suddenly the white rook can end up getting trapped as it doesn't have any squares to go to.
What if you push the pawn just to...
G3? Oh. No? Why?
To challenge that pawn.
This one?
Push it. The H pawn, yeah. Or, yeah, with her pawn, I guess.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm just like worried that this rook will end up being in some trouble here. But it's a tough position. It's a tough position for white because if you, for instance, take the knight and black takes back with the queen, black has the bishop pair and a very active position. And these knights are very passive. Like if you would have them on some active squares, like if you would have them in this square, it wouldn't be so bad. But right now, you're not really in time to activate.
Tough spot for the tournament leader Divya Deshmukh. I think she will spend quite some time here, which gives us a moment to take a very quick break, because when we are back, we will have the first Armageddon game of the day between Bibisara and Humpy Koneru. So stay tuned. We'll take a short break, and when we are back, it's Armageddon, and there's so much action to cover also in Norway chess, with the main game being the one between the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja and the world number one Magnus, who might be getting back in this game. He might be bouncing back in the tournament. We'll be right back after a few minutes and cover all of those games today.
It is my pleasure to be joined by Praggnanandhaa R, the golden Olympic winner of 2024 with India. Pragg, welcome to Oslo.
Thank you.
what would you say for the people who are new to chess you're the best known for in the chess world?
Yeah, it's difficult to explain. I think probably people know me by the performance in the World Cup 2023. Most people watching probably can connect with me.
How did chess come into your life and what made you fall in love with the game?
My sister was the first one playing in the family and I picked it up from her. Yeah, she was playing here last 2 years. It's my turn now here.
And how did you fall in love with the game? So you started playing with your sister or did you immediately enjoy the game?
Yeah, so my sister was practicing, like used to practice at home, and I started to become interested with the game. So my parents got me a separate chessboard so I can just play on my own, and that's how I picked it up.
Amazing. And of course we're now at Norway Chess, where the event where draw is not a boring result because you're having Armageddon after it, which decides the winner. How exciting for you to play Armageddon?
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting format and exciting one. I remember playing in 2024. I had a lot of fun because even after a draw, you still have to fight, and all these Armageddon games go to the wire. Even the classical time control is exciting because we don't usually play without the second time control. Also without increment from move 40, that's kind of rare. So I think everything is new year, and it's also exciting. So looking forward to the tournament.
2024 Norway Chess was not your only the first classical win against Magnus, but also your last encounter against him. How motivated are you playing against Magnus this year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to play Magnus any format. I think he's someone that I always enjoy playing. Our games are always exciting, so looking forward to playing. But also the field in itself is super strong, so and everyone is a fighting player here, so I'm sure we'll get a lot of fun games here.
The organization behind the Norway Chess introduced a new world title, the Total Chess. As a chess player, which opportunities and which challenges would you say it brings such a world title format where you have the fast classical, rapid and blitz?
Yeah, it is an exciting format. We'll see, I mean, how it goes. I think this year we will have the first tournament, so I'm also excited for it. I think any new opportunity for players to play in, I think it's really good. So in that way, I think it's a great thing what they're doing, and I'm looking forward to see how it'll come out.
It's very important to have someone who supports you. Pragg, who is your best supporter?
My family. Without their support, I think it's just not possible. My parents, they have sacrificed so much so that me and my sister, we can travel around and focus on our games. So I think their support is something that that I'll be grateful forever.
And you mentioned to us that YouTube helps you to relax during the tournaments or relax from the chess games. What exactly do you enjoy watching?
It really depends on my mood. Sometimes it's some comedies, or sometimes it's something, some sport or something that's happening in India. It just depends. I mean, usually it's just what the YouTube recommends me. So I'm not like someone who picks something to watch or something. It's just whatever YouTube throws at me.
And if I may ask, is it like mainly Indian or is it like international or mixed?
I mean, mostly it'll be some content from Tamil, which is the language I speak and the place I come from in India, but also about India or something related to it mostly.
And I would like to talk about the event which happened at the same time, Norway Chess Women. It's happening for the third year. It's a truly unique event with the same prize fund. Which impact do you think it has on the chess world?
Yeah, it's a great thing for women chess. I remember in 2024 was the first year it was introduced, and my sister was also playing alongside with me. So it's a great opportunity for them, and I think more opportunities like this are always welcomed, and I really appreciate that it keeps going every year, and I hope it will go a long way from here.
What would you say is the most satisfying and what is the most frustrating thing for you in chess?
I think for any chess player, the satisfying thing is to win a good game, and the frustrating thing will be to lose a bad game. Yeah, it really depends on how the game goes.
Probably more frustrating is to lose the winning game.
That's true, yeah.
And what does a good training day look like to you?
To combine, all parts of the game, to have some solving, to have some opening session, and also to combine with gym and some physical activity. I think that will be like a perfect day.
So maybe I will follow up on the question, because what do you do besides chess, which is not chess related, which helps you to improve? Is it gym or something else?
Yeah, when I'm at home, I try to go to the gym, but nowadays with all the scheduling, I think I'm hardly at home. Or like try to play some sports or just go for walks. Yeah, something small, like even like 10 minutes or something, I think can be good just to take your mind off from chess.
Thank you very much, Pragg, for your time.
Thank you.
It was very, very intense game that lasted for ages. Unexpected moves and suspense in the game. Yeah, I think it was one of the most popular moments recently.
Come back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess Women. This is day 6, and we are getting ready for our first Armageddon of the day, which will be between Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara with the white pieces here against the Indian legend Humpy Koneru. Quick reminder on the Armageddon format that the white starts with more time, 10 minutes. Black only has 7 minutes, so 3 minutes of time disadvantage. But in case of a draw, it counts as a win for black. So we will have a decisive result. One player playing with extra time, the other with the draw odds. Bibisara, in this case, needs to play for a win. When it comes to Armageddons, Bibisara has been quite successful at playing the Armageddons, while for Humpy Koneru, her yesterday's win against Wenjun in Armageddon was the first time ever that she managed to win in this very special format in the Armageddon. What would be your prediction for this game? If you had to predict, Linny, would you say Bibisara will win, Humpy will win? Who do you think will have the control of this Armageddon game better?
I think, yeah, maybe Bibisara. Because you told me that, you told me that Humpy wasn't that...
Yes, exactly. Sharp memory. Humpy, she's been not doing very well in the Armageddons.
Yeah.
She won the first Armageddon yesterday, but in general she's been struggling in Armageddon.
Yeah.
Which might be why Bibisara wanted to force repetition there. She was thinking that it was a good match strategy to play Armageddon.
Yeah.
Simon, your predictions?
Yeah, I think Bibisara has done pretty well in this tournament. But I want to see Humpy get back on her foot and put on a fight. I'm rooting for both of them, obviously, but I want to see Humpy smile a bit and have confidence for the rest of the event.
But maybe Humpy had practice since last time.
Yeah, it's possible. It certainly helped her to win her first Armageddon yesterday. Gives some confidence. I think they're seconds away from starting. So Bibisara has to go all in this game and try to get that win.
By the way, who decides when they should start? Is it the arbiter?
It's a fixed time, so after the classical game finishes, I think it's 15 minutes, usually.
Okay.
That's how I remember it when I was playing.
Good to know.
The players are about to shake hands.
10 seconds away.
Bibisara has been a really confident player in fast chess. She's actually a 3-time world blitz champion, so she's really good at speed chess, and Armageddon is a much faster time control than what we saw earlier, the classical chess. So I'm expecting her to be really fast and maintain the time advantage, or maybe even increase her time advantage in this game. She's pushing the queen's pawn, and Humpy's meeting that with the queen's pawn too. This is a queen's gambit as the series as well. A queen's gambit is on the board. Trade in the center, Humpy takes back, and now we see a bishop development by Bibisara. All these moves are coming in very quickly. This is all theory, meaning that the players have studied this at home. They play it from memory. They know this position still. And now with that pawn push, it is, Linny, what you see is that that bishop is also ready to develop. The other bishop of Bibisara is ready to get into the game. We see a trade there where the knight takes the bishop, Aryan.
Yeah, it looks good for black usually to trade the knight against the bishop, but here white's point is that they get some nice control over the center, can sometimes support the knight jump, and also sometimes white can line up the rook in this file, so it's not as bad as it looks for white. But for you, Simon, it probably looks very stupid for white, right?
No. Actually, I like it because when I castle, you have all these pawns towards next to the white king, and I feel like the white king is really comfortable with the, for example, the fianchetto from the bishop.
I didn't really like black's last move. I thought actually it would be a great idea for Bibisara to capture that knight and get the king to safety. And this pawn structure is very odd, as we have these double pawns, white has these double pawns, but I believe black's double pawns were were inferior there. So I think that was a good opportunity. But let's see what happens instead. Centralizes the bishop, pushes his pawn up to defend this one. Humpy castles, and this one looks really, really strange. White just sidesteps the king instead of castling here. But castling would actually be a blunder. What do you see what would happen if White would castle?
Yes. Do you see it, Lini?
No.
Think about Black development and winning a tempo and capturing a piece at the same time.
It's going so quick. You need to explain.
Yeah. So can this bishop? How far can this bishop go?
Can go to h3.
Yes, and you take a pawn on h3, and this would just be a good outcome.
That's what you're asking me.
This would just be a good outcome for Black, as this pawn would be hanging. But let's keep up with the moves here, and that's exactly the reason why Bibisara didn't castle. She was worried about this pawn capture, so she's going to castle manually instead by moving the king to.
But isn't she afraid of the
square
corner h2-3
Yeah, she's. It's a really weird way of castling, but she couldn't castle in a normal way. So, but she is gonna push her king to this square now, and the king is very safe. I'd say later on she's planning to bring her rook into the game, and she can do that right now. I'm expecting Bibisara to develop her rook, centralizing it. Still a strange pawn structure for White, but White has some play with putting the knight in the center here, and it's difficult for Black to get rid of this knight.
The knight in the center, if it goes there, it controls many squares. We like to see it.
But look at the time difference.
Yeah, very good point. Bibisara has 4 minutes more on the clock, so Humpy should really speed up. She's getting very low on the clock, and this time control is very unforgiving. Like if you spend too much time, you're gonna end up making mistakes and get
I know.
get punished. So
in Armageddon, if Black managed to have a draw, it's a point. It's a half a point for Black. So Black would be happy with a draw.
Yeah, because White starts with more time.
More time.
Yeah.
But needs to win.
Retreats with the white knight there, Bibisara. She's still planning this knight push. I think she's going to put her knight in the center now, and this knight does a great job because it protects White's center. If the knight was here, Black could capture it, but right now it's supporting White's play.
And also you're cutting the queen from getting that pawn because now two pieces are watching it.
Yeah. But maybe Humpy's plan is to meet this move by challenging the center. In general, I think Humpy is doing pretty well on the position here. I think she has her pieces on decent squares. She only needs to develop this bishop. Maybe it can come on this diagonal. But she really needs to speed up because in the previous Armageddons, she got low on time and that caused her to make big mistakes. So let's see if she can make some moves faster.
Now we have a pawn push.
She pushes this pawn.
What is the idea behind this?
It's trying to open up the position. Let's say if White takes, Black can take with the bishop, and just get her pieces on active squares.
So Black would love that trade.
I wouldn't use a strong word as love, but I would say Black doesn't mind it. It's just trying to activate the pieces. So it's a decent trade for Black, but it's not a disaster for White either.
Okay.
It's a very fascinating position because White is going to try to attack the Black king. Maybe push this pawn one square up. Maybe hop with a knight to this square. And it's important that White acts fast because if Black gets their pieces out, Black is doing completely fine. So momentum is very important here to seize the moment and try to launch an initiative very quickly before it's too late. What are your thoughts
No,
when you see the position?
No, I'm really thinking. What about the knight e2 to c3? Huh? Is that?
That's exactly what she played. So,
Yeah.
You're thinking well.
Yeah. Finally.
Yeah, that's an interesting move because you're putting pressure on the center.
Yeah.
A very natural move, in fact, because the knight wasn't doing much here. And the difference now is that once this pawn moved, it made so much sense to go back because this pawn is now unprotected. This is a very interesting position now because I was just going to say that Humpy had a chance to sacrifice, but she takes this pawn instead. Now I'm expecting Bibisara to capture this pawn.
And she does.
So an equal trade there, but I like White's knight on this square finally activated.
Maybe activate the rook for white. Would that be good?
Maybe you can consider this move. Putting pressure.
Oh, yes, of course. You don't want to leave the...
Putting pressure on the black queen. Lily, do you see what white can do here if black tries to activate the queen? Think forks.
Yeah, but I was thinking the knight to c7 because it's no, you moved the queen. Now I.
Yeah. Think about. Can you give a check here?
Check?
I mean, look at the position on the right, by the way, not the left, because that's a live word. So, yeah, this position when the queen is in the center of the board.
Yeah.
White has a winning move here.
Yeah.
Which you can win the black queen, actually.
You can win the black queen?
Yes. By giving a fork, you can be threatening.
Yeah, so it's... Yeah, but now... why can't I see it? I think too much. Is it? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh my god, I'm so slow. F3, queen. Yeah?
Knight to
Knight?
F.
Did you say queen?
No. You can
The
give
black queen if you take the knight?
No, it's actually so white to play here. You can give a fork and take the black queen. White to play. Can you give a check with white here?
With white?
Yes. How can you give a check to the black king?
You can move it to e6. No, e7.
E7, but you have a better square.
I have a better square. Yes, I have. F6?
Exactly, yeah. F6 is a fantastic square.
That's very good, Lenny. That was hard. That was really tough.
I must
forking,
tell everybody I didn't
forking the queen and the king.
Last night.
No, you're recovering from your vacation.
I'm slow, but I can see it less.
Yeah, so this move is fantastic because you give a check and pick up the queen after. So, but let's see what happened here. She did go for this bishop move that I was highlighting, and setting up this trick. But of course, Humpy, former world champion, didn't fall for that fork. Instead, traded the knights, and now going after White's king, trying to open up the position.
Just sacrificing that pawn to open up the line toward the white king.
I think, unfortunately for Humpy, White's pieces are very, very centralized here, and Black is still lacking coordination. I think, this is a great move by Bibisara, activating her rook, and after this queen moves, can't White just capture this pawn? And this is on the menu as well.
Well, it's looking very good for Bibisara, the attack with the knight jump coming in there.
I think Bibisara on the last couple of moves have played very accurate and improved her position. It's on the board. And the king looks very vulnerable right now, but it just needs one square to find a safe home. Reminds me a bit of a position of Magnus, where the king
went
on a walk, but you can always go back.
This is looking great for Bibisara on the board, and also the time situation, only 47 seconds left for Humpy. And look at the evaluation bar linear under the board. It's showing almost all white. That is like a winning position from white's perspective.
Yeah. 30 seconds left. Does she have a chance now?
No,
Humpy?
now it's
I mean,
tough for Humpy. I mean, she's trying to switch this, make a turnaround here, but this rook move is nice, eyeing the white queen. But I think right now it makes a lot of sense for white to just move the king back and get the king to safety. White's king is safe.
What happened here?
They shook hands.
The final moves happen so quickly, but it is a very important win for the Kazakh Grandmaster. Bibisara once again wins in Armageddon, a crucial matchup, and she's getting closer to the top spot to catch Divya Deshmukh in the race for the title at Norway Chess Women. Aryan, could you tell us about the final moves of the game? It happened
it was
so
a
quickly.
really beautiful finish by Bibisara. I suggested a move to safeguard the king, but Bibisara went for this check, and instead of, I mean, I was thinking that she could try to go up with the king, but then there would be this fork. Humpy moved the king to this square, but here Bibisara had a really nice knockout, actually checkmate in the position after capturing the bishop with the queen. A brilliant sacrifice. Humpy captured back, and checkmate in 2 moves.
Yes, obviously.
Simon.
You bring the rook to the back rank, and then you slide over. That's it.
And the king has no square to go. So a brilliant win by Bibisara, who, I mean, Divya's game is still ongoing, but currently she's on first place. So
a nice sacrifice.
That was a very important win for Bibisara, as you mentioned, Aryan. Now she's catching Divya, and depending on Divya's game today, they could be tied for the first place at Norway Chess on the main court. Actually, we could check in with Divya quick before we switch back to Norway Chess, because this game here, the reigning women's world champion with the black pieces, Wenjun, has been really aggressive, attacking on the king's side and trying to win her first game against Divya.
Yeah, look at Divya's body language. She looks devastated.
Yeah.
Oh,
sad.
Is the position that bad? How do you see her chances?
She's not lost, but she's, I mean, of course, Divya is a very strong player. She knows that this was not what she was hoping for with the white pieces. I mean, just look at black's pieces. The knight is very active. The queen is on a good square. Like, if you just compare all black's pieces to white's pieces, black is very superior here. The rook is also doing a good job on this diagonal. White is very passive, but most importantly, they struggle to find any counterplay. So a very depressing position to be in. And you can never really chase away black's knights. This knight is very annoying, but if you try to chase it away, this square is gold for the black knight, and the white king gets in a lot of trouble, and suddenly a bishop can land on this square and say hello from this diagonal as well.
And Divya is such a sharp, aggressive player. She loves fighting chess, but in this game, she really has to be on the defensive and play passively to keep everything under control. A tough game for the tournament leader, Divya Deshmukh, and Wenjun trying to get her first win here in Norway Chess. While on the main court, as we mentioned, we have the tournament leader in the other field at Norway Chess, Alireza Firouzja, facing today the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, and that game has been also heating up. Magnus has found a really accurate, a really precise move order, a variation that Alireza probably missed earlier in the game, and now the French #1 is also getting very low on time. Let's assess the current position, Aryan, and how the chances of Magnus are looking for a comeback today against Alireza.
Looking very scary for Alireza's clock situation here. Is less than 16 minutes now against Magnus's 1 hour.
Wow.
But Alireza has found all the best moves since we last checked this game.
Oi.
Magnus went for this variation that we were discussing. And this was a nice move by Alireza, saving the rook and putting it on a very good square. And this became a serious threat. Magnus moved the king back. And actually in this position, Alireza has burned a lot of time. He's been spending half of his time here. He had 30 minutes and now he has 15.
He moved the rook on a central square.
If he moves the pawn, Magnus would step back to the knight and also protect the rook. His problem is that these pawns are weak. Okay, let's see what Alireza did. He moves his bishop to this square.
Can you just push the pawn, the central pawn from white, or it's...
The issue, Simon, is that if you do that, I'm just going to take it. And
of course.
If you capture back, you get checkmated. But otherwise, it would be a good idea.
That spin is so tricky, and that's the main resource for Alireza here from Black's perspective. Now, what about the pawns of Black? It looks like there's a couple of pawns up in the air there.
Exactly, Anna. That's a very
Magnus to grab.
logical question. Actually, Alireza again found the best move. It looks like White should just be doing really well here, picking up a pawn. White is just a clean pawn up here. But Alireza is going to push this pawn. And after... White's knight moves.
I see it.
Black can move the queen to this square. We can get a rook trade, but this position is actually not that simple for White to win, because this bishop is currently strong and this pawn is hanging. So the White knight is currently not so active. So we sometimes have positions like even if you're a pawn up in endgames, if your opponent is active, it's not so simple. And this seems to be one of those.
Can you show Aryan after the trade that the knight can't really be very active jumping to the same square where you're going with the queen? There's an important tactical pattern. Instead of the knight coming back to d2, I was wondering if you could also show what happens if the knight goes further ahead, like I'm gonna attack your queen, why not?
Yes.
But it's actually not a good move in this position.
Yeah, then that's a good point by Anna. If you try to
I was thinking.
Play aggressive here. Looks natural to attack the queen. Black has a pretty nice tactic in the position. They can take the white rook, and after White captures back, you don't take the queen. You actually capture this pawn first, forcing White's king to move away, and then you take the queen. And here Black has a rook against a knight and a winning position, as the rook is much more valuable.
Magnus has taken the pawn, so he's capturing that material, extra pawn for Magnus Carlsen, but Aryan has already highlighted how Alireza's pawn push, if he now attacks the white knight, that's a really good move for Black. And he has to do something about that pawn, it's hanging. And White wants to capture with a check, so he has to push that pawn, right?
Yes, he's forced to push this pawn right now. I mean, otherwise, Magnus is just going to pick it up. So Alireza should play his move very fast here.
It's only move 27. He still has to play with this move included. Alireza needs to play 14 moves in 14 minutes.
Not easy.
Is that possible?
He's a speed demon, so if anyone can do it, he can. But the position is pretty complex still, and he's playing against the world #1, so that makes things a bit harder.
Yeah. But Magnus almost got an hour.
Yeah.
It's really the other way around. We noticed in the first game, it was completely the opposite. Magnus was really low on time, and Alireza was leading on time. Like, it was such a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the script has completely turned around. You are right, Simon, in comparison to their day 1 game here at Norway Chess. This is the rematch. On day 1, Alireza won in classical chess against Magnus, and the time pressure was on Magnus. This time, it's really hard to picture that Magnus would ever get into time trouble with an hour on the clock. Great news for all the fans of Magnus out there.
Yes, absolutely.
It's great news for Magnus that Alireza has not moved yet. It kind of shows psychologically that he's not comfortable.
Yeah.
And that gives Magnus confidence. Because if Alireza would be comfortable, he would push the pawn immediately. I think he's clearly sensing the...
Maybe Magnus' motivations now has gone up to 10.
Well, Magnus has actually been very. He looks very focused. His body language.
Yeah.
Usually likes to get off from the board and walk around.
Yeah, but you remember he said when his motivation today was like 1.5 or something. What did he say?
Yeah, 1.5 out of 10 exactly.
We
Now
have a
it's
pawn
10.
push.
We have a pawn push.
Kicking the knight away. What are you gonna do with that knight?
Actually, Magnus might give this check with the queen.
To give the
Forcing-
check first and then move the knight.
Yeah, forcing the black queen to go here, because if you move the king, you lose this pawn, so that's not an option. This is the move Alireza has to play. Magnus can trade here and retreat with a knight and try to claim that he's doing really well with the pawn up here. But let's see if he moves the knight. I think he's not going to trade queens. She's probably just going to move the knight.
But can't he move the pawn to h3?
This one?
Yeah.
So the problem right now is that the knight is hanging. So he should.
Oh, of course.
He
Oh my
should
God,
Move the,
yeah, I can't
move the
lose
knight
that.
first. But
Hello.
yeah. So I mean, it would be very nice for him if he had the pawn on h3 earlier to not let black push this pawn.
Yeah.
But currently he has to move the knight. Magnus looks very focused.
He's like, oh no, I'm not losing that one. Not this time. Clearly he's thinking about that queen move, but is there any other... I don't...
No, so it's basically two moves here. Either he gives this check and goes into this endgame, and then moves the knight, or he retreats with the knight immediately.
Okay.
It's not easy to figure it out because like he has to evaluate. By the way, it's obviously very, very important. Okay, he made this move.
He
We have
chooses
this
the
position.
knight move, as you highlighted,
expect-
guarding the rook. So now Alireza has to move his queen out of the attack. The rook is staring into the eyes of that black queen there, has to move somewhere. What would Alireza consider here? And also, again, he's thinking. You said it's not a good sign, and I think we all agree that it doesn't look like Alireza is as confident as he has been throughout the tournament. Today, his time management and the way he's handling this game, it's really showing signs of maybe today he's not really enjoying his position. He's not feeling very good about his game against Magnus today.
Yeah. It's about time. I'm just kidding.
No, you're right. For all the fans of Magnus out there, it's about time. Magnus needs to bounce back. He's at the bottom of the standings. It's
Yes.
about time.
Yeah. So,
He's still thinking. Where will that queen move? Aryan, what would be the options here for Alireza?
I mean, I think this square looks very natural because you're eyeing this pawn, and you can contribute for the black bishop. Like you can later try to centralize the queen and try to make create some checks. So to me, that looks like clearly the most logical square. I mean, if you put it on this square, the queen doesn't look as strong here, and also white might have this option of pushing this pawn and attack the black bishop, as Simon wanted to do earlier. And here it seems pretty strong. So
and he's
putting
still
the
thinking.
queen here, you're
Still
stopping
thinking.
that. So yeah, it's thinking a lot here. But as far as I can understand, it doesn't have that many options.
This is move 28, and as we highlighted, the time control here is very special. Until move 40, you are not getting any increment. An increment would be a couple of extra seconds every time you make a move, but you have to make, from Alireza's perspective, you have to make 13 more moves before the increments.
He makes
10
a
minutes,
very big
that's all his
mistake
time.
there,
10
Alireza.
minutes. Oh,
I
mistake?
was just gonna say that he might be thinking about this move, but it's not great. It's actually a big mistake. He should have gone into the end game where he had pretty decent compensation. It would be a bit worse, but he would have decent compensation. But this one, is not accurate, actually, because let's talk about what white can do here. I mean, white has to take some care tactically, like this is a threat right now, and for instance, if white moves the knight, this would be a huge blunder as Alireza captures his pawn and takes the rook. But the best move actually seems to be just pushing this pawn up, because Alireza cannot capture the white's knight, then you lose the queen. So if Magnus pushes this pawn up, I'm expecting Alireza to give a check, and then he can just step up one square. And still, just the pawn up, he's about to trade rooks. It's a very good outcome for Magnus.
It looks like he's about to play it. I think Magnus is really looking toward the king side and that pawn push to give some space for his king. It really feels like Alireza has lost track of the game. He made a mistake now with this bishop move. It was already pretty tough with the pawn down, but now it's becoming an even bigger advantage for Magnus. Linny?
Yes, I'm so happy. It's so exciting. Aren't you?
Very,
yes,
very.
No, I'm very happy for Magnus, both for the tournament and also as a friend. I really hope he gets this one so he can feel a bit better. It's been a really tough week for him.
Yeah, and I'd be so happy it happens when I'm visiting you.
You should come by more often.
Yes, I should.
I'm really curious if we have the Norway Chess evaluation bar and how much of a likelihood it's saying that Magnus is winning. Oh, goodness me. Okay, 81% chance that Magnus Carlsen wins this game, and the remainder is just a chance for a draw. There is no chance, according to the assessment of the bar here, the Norway Chess evaluation, for any win for Alireza. So huge winning chances for Magnus Carlsen, according to the Norway Chess evaluation bar that takes into account the human factors, takes into account the time management as well. So from a practical point of view, this is an incredible chance for Magnus Carlsen to bounce back in the tournament.
A huge chance indeed, and this really shakes up the standings if Magnus wins this game, because Alireza is on top of the list currently, and if he loses, yeah, someone else can catch him up.
Yeah.
The leader of the tournament for the first 5 rounds, Alireza, has been at the very top from day one on when he beat Magnus. He beat Magnus on the very first day of the event, and now Magnus is trying to take revenge for that loss. So far, looking very good for the Norwegian to get that revenge in. And Linny, you are bringing him luck.
I hope so.
I think so.
Of course.
You need to be here. You need to root for him.
Of course, he is a genius. He's a goat. So let's not pretend that I have anything to do about it, but I like that we do.
Aren't we all? I think all the fans of Magnus out there in the world are now just like trying to, yes, Magnus, let's do it. You've got this. Take down the tournament leader. He has won this event 7 times before Linny. This would be the 8th time for Magnus Carlsen to win Norway Chess. And this is like the top chess event in the world.
Yeah.
7 times winning it already.
Says it all about Magnus Carlsen. So now I'm not scared. I'm so sure he's gonna win. But could it be that Alireza is just gonna quit and say, or he doesn't gonna do that?
To resign, at some point, if the position gets so bad, he might resign. Yes. For now, I think he's trying to fight with this bishop check. So he still has some tactical patterns, and he's very sharp, also very quick. He has to be quick because it's still only move 28. He has to make a lot of moves on 10 minutes only. Magnus is taking his time here to calculate, to double check. Are there any other moves, Aryan, that you think he's considering, or is it more about that pawn push and he's just double, triple checking everything?
I think he's just triple checking. Like Magnus senses the moment, I'm sure, and that pawn moves that pawn move makes his life so much easier because the position gets simplified after that, and then you just play a position where you're a pawn up and basically just consolidate. So it's really the move you want to play here. I think it's just kind of like making sure that in this position, let's say if he moves the pawn up, black gives a check, he steps up with the king. I mean, Magnus has really not been informed this tournament, so I think he just like is double checking if he's not getting mater or something. I feel it's not
Not
hallucinating.
blundering something, yeah.
I mean, usually if you feel like you're a bit rusty, your head has not been working well, you just stop trusting yourself at some point and start getting into your own head. So also there's a lot of time here. So
Now
he's about to move. Is that the pawn push?
yeah,
Yes.
that is a pawn push, yeah. Great move.
Alireza gives the check.
We're so happy now.
He's got to move the king one square up.
But Alireza has the same face expressions. He still looks so calm and so confident. Doesn't Alireza look?
Yeah, but he looked a bit discouraged not so long ago. He was like, he was doing Magnus' favorite emotion, like that, you know?
Yeah.
So
I think he's very chill, but like he knows that he has a bad position here.
Yeah.
It would be a very good move. I mean, Alireza is threatening now to eliminate this pawn, so it would be a very good move, and also I would say a very natural move to just move the queen back here, defend the knight, hit the bishop, and defend this pawn. And that, if he makes this move, I'm pretty confident that Magnus is going to win this game. Yeah, he should find this move. Actually, taking the rook would be a big mistake here, as black captures back and suddenly has very serious threats in the position. So this is something Magnus should not do. But I think retreating the queen is so natural, so I would be very shocked if he doesn't does something else.
And e2 is not a good square? d3 is better?
E2 is not a very good square because you do want to keep control of this pawn.
Ah, okay. Makes sense.
I think he's about to reach for the queen and bringing it back to the square you suggested. The best move again in the position. Lini, he's doing so well.
Yes, he does. I'm so happy for him. You keep manifesting and telling the next move to Magnus, and this will be his win.
Yeah, maybe he's hearing the studio.
Yes, I hope so.
And on social medias, a lot of people are calling it's the end of Magnus, like it's the end of an era. He's gonna take, he's not gonna play classical again. But
yeah, but people tend to overreact.
They overreact as well, yeah, because anything can happen. We're just on round 5. I mean,
Maybe he's just making chess even more excited. Maybe he's just pretending. So it's no, I'm just kidding.
It's been a rough tournament for Magnus, but he is the GOAT for a reason. And
Yes,
with 5 more games to go, this one included, he certainly still has chances to bounce back and win the event. Even if at the moment he's at the bottom of the standings, but here at Norway Chess, a classical win is 3 points. So if he manages to take down the tournament leader Alireza today, gets 3 points in classical, that will give him a huge boost in the standings. And he keeps finding the best moves. Now this queen retreat, attacking the bishop of Alireza, guarding also his own pawn on the left side of the board. It's so much time advantage. Lini, look at this 40-minute time advantage for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's easy.
In every game before Simon, Magnus was in time trouble, but today, he's got so much time.
Magnus has woken up.
Yes.
yeah, 48 minutes.
Took him half a tournament, but now he's awake.
And during this time, is there anything special happening on other boards? I'm curious. Is there?
Yeah, for sure, Simon. There's been some fire on the other boards, but actually both of those boards look pretty balanced. I mean, the position is.
Which game would you like to go to, Aryan?
I mean,
Which
let's go
one
to the
are
game
you
between Wesley So and Pragg because we haven't even discussed that game today. Or actually, we did discuss it, but only once. And a lot of things have been happening there. I think we can just focus on the current position.
Yes, I think that's a great call because there's so much going on and the time trouble is approaching.
So currently, Pragg is thinking in which way to capture this bishop. And he's going to capture with the queen, because if he captures with the knight, this pawn is hanging with a check, so that would not be a good idea. He's going to take with the queen, and currently material is equal. Both sides have a queen, a knight, and a rook each with 4 pawns. The white king looks a bit exposed with threats like this on the way. But I believe white has defensive moves like this, and if I had to bet, I would expect this to end in a draw because, material is equal and things have been traded off. But Wesley has a slight pressure because this pawn can potentially be a bit weak. So I think Wesley is slight favorite here, but draw the most likely outcome.
So this could be heading toward an Armageddon. Would you say that maybe the game of Gukesh is also a potential Armageddon? Can we check in on the game of the world champion and see, is it close to equality? Because today, so far, we've seen one Armageddon in Norway Chess Women. All the rest of the games are still underway. Time trouble approaching in many of the games. And it's Germany's #1 Vincent Keymer who is facing today the world champion Gukesh. I'm really curious about Gukesh's chances after his win yesterday. Very important win for Gukesh yesterday against Pragg. He got 3 points for that winning classical. And today he's got the black pieces again, facing Vincent Keymer here. What's the current situation, Aryan, in this position?
Let's do the material first, the counting. So it's also even here, like both sides have a queen, 2 rooks, and a minor piece each, and 5 pawns. And right now, there is a pawn hanging in the position. White could capture this pawn, but if you do, I was going to say that black was also going to capture this central pawn, and that would fizzle out. But Vincent Keymer goes for a fighting option. He pushes his pawn forward, asking the black knight where he's going to go. This one is definitely less equal than the other one. Here, Gukesh has a bit less time and has to find the right way forward. I think Vincent has decent chances, but if he finds the correct moves, he should be okay.
Also, in Norway Chess Women, there's so much going on, and heading into today's round, it's been Divya Deshmukh at the top of the standings, but he might be having a tough game today against Wenjun. The reigning women's world champion is going all in on that attack and the initiative on the king's side, and Divya has been on the defensive from a very early stage of this game. I would love an update from you, Aryan, before we head back to Magnus's game on, is it getting better or worse for the Indian rising star, and can she bounce back in this game? It's not looking very easy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's getting worse, and black is marching her pawns forward. Black is just much better here, and white is struggling to find counterplay. So this has not been Divya's game. She's.
Is she thinking, or is she like holding?
She has more time on the clock, at least, but she's just trying really hard to find a way to turn this around and find some resources. But currently, right now, her position is very difficult.
Yeah.
Black has the active resources, and white is very, very passive. So looking good for the world champion, Wenjun.
It could be her first win if Wenjun manages to continue in this game in the right direction. And at the moment, the tournament leader is Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara. We do have an interview with Bibisara after her thoughts on the Armageddon that she won against Humpy.
Bibisara, congratulations on winning Armageddon. First of all, tell us, why did you decide to repeat the position in the Classical?
Yeah, I calculate a lot take on d4, then queen g4. And firstly, I wanted to continue game like this because c5 wasn't good for black because of queen g7 and then knight e4. But then I saw f5 and I calculate e takes f6, and after c5 I think I'm losing, and it's true, but I can just take on d4 and continue playing endgame. But I thought it's equal, and for what I need to play it, this, and I just agree for a draw.
You've been doing pretty well in Armageddon. Was it in some way also a strategic decision, to go in Armageddon and win it against Humpy?
No, it wasn't a strategic. Today I want to have I also want to win some classical games, but unfortunately from the first round I stopped doing this. But yeah, I'm just enjoying the tournament.
Wish you best of luck and trying to win another classical match.
Thank you.
Bibisara is leading Norway Chess Women. Depending on Divya's game, it might just be the case that she's back to the very top. Only Divya can jump ahead of her, but she has to save a tough game against the reigning world champion, Wenjun. While who also is in trouble is the other tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. He's down to his final 4 minutes against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Let's check in on the current situation, Aryan, and how things are evolving here.
So Alireza retreats his bishop, getting that to safety. But yeah, it hasn't changed much. Currently, Magnus is just a healthy pawn up. And I mean, at this level, a pawn is definitely enough to win the game. And also look at Alireza's time. He only has 4 minutes left. He's almost going to get flagged. And remember about the time control guys, they only get this 10 seconds extra if they get to move 41.
Yeah.
So Alireza needs to make 9 moves before he can get some extra time. But even 10 seconds is not much. So I'm almost convinced that Magnus is... I mean, I'm almost certain that Magnus is going to win this one. I mean, he has a winning position on the board and much more time. So... he's up for choice here. He can push this pawn, he can trade rooks. I mean, he's currently just trying to safeguard his king, but once Magnus can play with his knight, it's going to get very, very tough for black.
I'm so curious what the Norway chess bar says about this, because we see under the board that it is a good position for white according to the computer, but I would predict that the Norway chess bar says even more. It says 94% chance for Magnus to win this game in this exact position. 84, sorry, I can't see, I need glasses. 84% chance, excuse me. Maths has never been my best subject in school, but 16% chance only for Alireza to save the game. Simon.
That's not a lot.
Not a lot.
But I'm surprised there's not even 1% chance of Alireza winning. There's 0 chance. That's impressive.
Lini, your thoughts on this assessment on the left side? 84% chance that Magnus wins.
I must be honest, I'm so happy. Happy for him, happy for all of us fans. So, yeah, it's good for him to win this game. Then he can get his confidence back and...
very important.
It's very important, yes. And Alireza does not look disappointed, and I'm so fascinated about that. His facial expressions.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Aryan or Anna, you can tell me more about it.
Sad.
But I feel like maybe at the top player they're being having therapy for not letting the game affect you that much? Is it
like
something
a mind
common?
training or coaching? Yeah. Depends on the player. I know that a lot of the Indian players, including the ones playing here, Pragg, Gukesh, the Indian team in general, I think they do care a lot about the psychological preparation. They have had a session with one of the most renowned yogis in India preparing for their top tournaments. I know that for them, for instance, it's really important. For other players, it could be their chess coach, who is there also for the mental support, for the psychological balancing out. And sometimes, for instance, even Magnus's coach, Peter Heine, said sometimes it's after a loss, Magnus doesn't need them to tell him what was the better move, what he should have played, but just be there as a support, as someone that you can rely on and cheer you up. I think a lot of the coaches, a lot of the trainers are also in a way there for the mindfulness, the psychology, your cheerleader when you are down. Aryan, what was it like for you? What is it like for you when you compete? Do you prepare mentally in any particular way?
Yeah, I think having a mental coach can certainly be beneficial because there's so much psychology that goes into chess, in my opinion. Like, you can have bad periods, you can have bad events, and it can be very tough to recover from that. I probably regret not taking it more seriously earlier on because it was affecting me a lot over the years.
Yeah, it's
chess is such a certain area, you know. It's a bit different than other sports, and
true.
I actually found it hard in Norway to find someone who had expertise in chess also, like let's say a therapist. I'm a mental coach that has expertise in chess as well.
Yeah.
Because it's sometimes difficult for people to understand the psychology in the game.
Very good point. It's
Someone
a lot
that,
of times it's rare
has
that
some knowledge is easier.
Yeah, to have a psychologist or a life coach that knows chess as well. That's rare. So maybe that's why a lot of times it is their chess coach who is filling in on that role, because then they know the tournament situation, they know what it's like to compete. Interesting. I think there's a lot of different approaches, and I'm curious in case of Alireza, for instance, like he's so chill. I want to know what he does. I want to be that chill in life. I don't want to get stressed. I don't want to overthink things. I don't want anxiety in my day-to-day. So maybe we need to talk to Alireza about like, how do you stay so chill in even bad positions? He's just such a cool dude. Like, look at him. He's in a bad position. He has 4 minutes. He's got an injured leg. And he's like, I'm just vibing, guys. I'm just here for the good times.
But again, he did so well every single game. So maybe it's just like, it's okay to lose one game. Maybe.
True that he's still
against
doing
Magnus.
well, even regardless of the game today. That's true. It's just been like that with Alireza, I think, for a while. While on Magnus, I think you can see more the pressure, the tension, and he's sensing that this is a huge chance for him to win today. He spoiled a few better or winning positions in this tournament earlier. But the good news is that in those games, he was low on time. And today he has a lot of time. So I think it's not going to be one of those cases where that's a risk. But you are right, Aryan, that the bad shape, the earlier games are in his head. We are human. He's a human too, luckily for us. So it's like you kind of lose part of your confidence. You double check, triple check, you overthink because he hasn't been in his best shape. So he's spending now longer in a position where maybe he already would have made a move when he's in top shape.
Yeah, why is he thinking so long now?
That's a good question. He just wants to be very precise. I think he's just kind of taking that experience from the earlier rounds that he wasn't very sharp and he was missing stuff.
Yeah.
And today I think he's just really, really focused on being the old Magnus, not just be extremely precise, because he's known for his accuracy and not letting his opponent back once he get an advantage.
Yeah. There's also so many threats. I mean, the bishop of Alireza, maybe it's a worse position for Alireza, but it's not so clear if you're not at the top level, because there's this bishop that is really annoying looking at the white king. There's also this rook eyeing the white rook. The queen is there also supporting the... I mean, it feels complicated. It's not
like
so,
Magnus can trade the rooks here, and then Alireza is threatening to come down with the queen and give this. If that would happen, that would be checkmate. So Magnus should step back his queen to stop that threat. Also eyeing this pawn. Let's say Alireza moves his pawn to square. There would be very logical way for the game to continue, and then Magnus can improve his knights. He can also maybe push this pawn to challenge the black pawn. I think he's going to go for something like this, but eventually he's going to improve his knight, and once he does, he can sometimes even capture the bishop or get the knight to this square, and then he's very, very close to just winning the game, because black doesn't have enough defensive resources.
But take your time, Magnus. You still have a lot of time. You're good.
Yeah.
And he's doing it.
Making a move.
He's trading the rooks, as Aryan was showing earlier. Now Alireza's queen is threatening an important check on the second rank. So we're expecting Magnus to parry that threat by moving his queen back to guard the square next to the white king.
And
I think it's just about to happen, right? The pawn is hanging, so Alireza immediately defends it with a pawn push.
So are we going to see a pawn push from Magnus or the knight going forward?
I think he's gonna push the pawn.
That's
very natural to challenge the. If black takes this pawn, this would be really, really nice for Magnus. Because finally his king gets to breathe. I mean, if we look at this position, the king is a bit in a cage right now, because it always has to like eye this black queen coming down. Yeah, Magnus again finds the best move. If this king gets to safety, Magnus is just gonna win because he can just play with this knight. We just need to safeguard the king.
Oh, he moved the pawn up?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. I guess Alireza is gonna move his queen to this square, threatening this one and also protecting this pawn. Looks pretty logical.
Down to his final 3.5 minutes against 36 minutes for Magnus. This is a huge time disadvantage.
Yeah, and we're on move 34 right now, so he still has to make quite a few moves before.
Respect for not giving up.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, even once he makes it to move 40, the increment is only 10 seconds. 10 seconds per move is not that much to think. 10 seconds against 36 minutes for Magnus. It's going to be a really tough situation for Alireza time-wise and also on the position.
I know time's getting low for Alireza, but do we have the time to check another game maybe? Is there something exciting, Aryan, coming from our other players?
Nothing crazy in the other games. It's still pretty balanced, I'd say. Keymer is trying to push in an endgame. He's a bit better. Wesley is also going to an endgame right now, but material is balanced there.
The other two games in Norway Chess, they are more likely to have to Armageddon, but Gukesh is defending an endgame down a pawn. So that's a game where Vincent Keymer is trying to get something out of that extra pawn. Not as big of an extra pawn as Magnus' extra pawn, because I feel like Gukesh's bishop at least is compensating. We could check that before Magnus makes his move here, just to also keep an eye out on the game of the world champion, who is down a pawn against Germany's #1 Vincent Keymer, but it looks like there's not much material left on the board. It's an endgame with 2 rooks each. Knight for Vincent, bishop for Gukesh. And once again, as we mentioned, there's an extra pawn here for white, that one in the middle of the board. That's 1 extra pawn for Vincent. The bishop of Gukesh is really active. The rooks are doubled. He might want to drop the bishop back to open up the 5 for his rooks.
Yeah, exactly, Anna. That would be a great move. Vincent is trying to find a way to break through here and get his first classical win in the tournament. Currently a pawn up and putting pressure on Pragg.
Yeah, and
on Gukesh.
we do have moves in the game of Magnus, so we gotta head back because Alireza is down to his final 2.5 minutes. There's a pawn trade on the king side, and Magnus is thinking how to proceed. So extra pawn for the world #1, lots of extra time as well. Great winning chances for Magnus to bounce back in the tournament against the tournament leader. How will he proceed here, Aryan? What do you think is his thought process like?
I think he can, for instance, push this pawn, challenge the black bishop. Is an interesting way to do it. Another move he's thinking about is pushing this pawn 1 square to be able to activate the knight. And now it just gets... it might be the clincher. Like, it's just very tough for black to hold everything together once this happens. Like, it's even hard to find a move here for black because he has to stand here with his queen and defend this pawn. Let's say he makes a waiting move, then the knight comes. I think he's gonna go for this pawn push. Maybe black has to wait with the king. But still, this is very possible to go here. Black takes the pawn, white takes the pawn, but still white is a pawn up. And actually, for the viewers, they should know that a queen and a knight is very, very strong combination when you attack.
Stronger than a queen and the bishop in this
yes,
case.
Yeah, exactly. A queen and a knight is a very strong duo. So
Yeah, it's interesting how queen and the knight is a really good combo, and rook and the bishop is also very strong. But here with the queens, the queen and the knight, and this knight in particular that's going to be so active once that pawn is pushed, as Aryan suggested. You push the pawn to create space for your knight to get activated, to get closer to the black king. This is a really, really tough spot for the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, down to his final 2.5 minutes. Still needs to play 5 more moves to make it to move 40. After move 40, they start getting increment, but even the increment is only 10 seconds per move. So really huge time trouble for Alireza. Great chances for Magnus, Linny.
Yes. And I'm still so happy. Of course, I'm a huge Magnus Carlsen fan. So, yeah, he can't lose this one.
No, it's impossible.
I'm so sorry to all Alireza fans, but yeah. Still, Alireza did great. Today is Magnus Carlsen's day.
We believe in Magnus here. He's very focused on his next move. Meanwhile, I did want to mention that the game between Jiner and Anna Muzychuk is heading towards a draw. White is a pawn up in an endgame, but Black has set up a pretty nice fortress. White cannot really make any progress.
Which means that the game between Jiner and Anna Muzychuk will be decided in Armageddon, most likely, and we are happy to cover that soon. That will be the second Armageddon of the day, while Magnus Carlsen is trying to get his classical win here against Alireza Firouzja, which will be huge for Magnus's tournament. Right now, he's sitting at the top, at the bottom. It's the opposite of top. Alireza is at the top. Magnus is at the very bottom. Magnus has lost 3 classical games already. Never happens in his career. Last time he played this poorly was over 10 years ago. Linny, imagine spending 10 years, over a decade, not playing as poorly as he is in this tournament. But today, he's showing why he is Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and that's great. But sometimes you gotta lose also, but not today.
Not today. Not today. Linny
Not when you're in the studio.
Not when I'm here. Not on my duty.
Simon, how do you see Magnus, his body language, his expressions? What can you tell about the world number 1?
I cannot tell really much what's going on in his mind, but clearly sense it. I mean, he knows when he's winning, and yeah, he's thinking about: am I pushing the pawn? Am I getting my knight into action? Aryan, you predict that it's gonna be a pawn push, right?
Yeah, I'm expecting this one or this one. Just strengthening his position.
Getting comfortable, just readjusting everything.
While he's taking a pause here, we could also check in with Divya Deshmukh, who entered today's round being the tournament leader. But now, after Bibisara winning her Armageddon game today against Humpy, it's really up to Divya and how well Wenjun will do in this game today, where the reigning women's world champion playing here with the black pieces against the Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh. Wenjun is really putting so much pressure on Divya. You can see all the black pieces advanced on the king's side, and also the black rook is in the white's camp. The queen right now is being attacked, so Divya, with her last move, attacked Wenjun's queen. Wenjun is thinking where to place the queen.
Yeah, and Wenjun has got her rook involved as well. This rook is very active on the second rank here, kind of limiting White's play. I'm expecting the queen to move up 1 square and keep an eye on this diagonal as well. And White's position is actually hanging by a thread, as Black is also introducing threads like this. Yeah,
What
I
happened?
think Divya can hope for like Wenjun getting low on time and trying to mix it up somehow. But right now, it looks like a dream scenario for Black.
And what happened if that pawn push that you suggest from Black? Why is it a threat?
The reason that's very strong is that actually that pawn is untouchable. Like if you take it, Black is going to take back, but you can never capture it again because then you lose the knight.
Oh.
And let's say if you go up here, then I would suddenly make this move, and it's not looking too bright for the white king.
Can you show one more move and place the rook in the corner? It's so pretty.
It's for Linny. Checkmate in one move. Do you see it?
For Linley?
Yes.
Say it again.
Checkmate in one move.
For black.
For black. Thank you, Simon. In one move. It's for black.
Yes, for black. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's just the
think about why I moved the king up.
Just the queen.
Think about why I moved the king one square up with black. What does this allow black to do?
The king?
Yes. So by moving the king, you can involve another piece.
Yeah.
Not the queen, but like, can you involve another piece in the game? It's another piece you can kind of like, that can contribute.
You want to give a check to the white king.
What?
Do you see the white king on the board?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, of course. Oh my god. Now I see it. It took a while. So, of course, the rook.
Yes, great job, yeah.
It's a great job.
Good job, Linny.
Great job. It took a while.
Checkmate.
Of course, because of
and
that.
there's a pretty nice geometry here as the queen takes a control of this square. So let's see. Wenjun is currently taking her time. I don't know why she's thinking so much.
She's going really low on time. This is only move 28.
Her only enemy.
10 minutes.
Her only enemy can be the clock here.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared for Wenjun.
Great position for Wenjun, but the time situation
She could also make this move.
Tricky.
Still, this is in the cards, and once black pushes that pawn, white's king is in a lot of trouble.
She's about to make a move. She captures the pawn with her queen.
That's okay. It's a bit unnecessary, as white can move the knight up, and I don't know. The queen looks a bit vulnerable now. You do win a pawn, but white can start harassing the black queen around. Don't really like this this move by Wenjun. It just doesn't seem very practical, especially in a position like this when your opponent don't have much counterplay. You just want to play the most practical move in the position, and keeping the tension made more sense to me. But we'll see what Divya will do here.
I think she will jump to the square with her knight, and she's such a sharp, aggressive player. Divya, she loves her tactics. She's really good at spotting tactical patterns. Even with just a second on the clock, she can find it immediately. She said it to us when she visited us in the studio, that that's how she's played her whole life. So her tactics comes easy, and I think she'll be happy that, yes, she's down a pawn, but she'll finally have some attacking chances.
Yeah, she loves it when she sees that Wenjun only have 10 seconds. No, not 10 seconds, 10 minutes.
Yeah, and still 12 more moves to be played before they reach the time control. And again, even then, the increment is very low. So I think in terms of how the game is going, Divya will get her chances now because of the position getting more complex, counter-attacking chances, and the time situation, time trouble definitely approaching for Wenjun. Let's also check on Gukesh's game while Magnus Carlsen is still thinking. The world champion, as we mentioned earlier, is down a pawn against German #1 Vincent Keymer, and he's trying to activate his pieces in this endgame, trying to create a counter-attack in Vincent's camp. He's attacking that pawn that's next to the black rook. Both the black rook and the bishop are eyeing white's pawn. Let's see how will Vincent react. Can he guard that pawn, or will he counterattack? It feels like he could move his king closer to the white pawn, guard it, and also activate his king, because it's an endgame. In an endgame, Linny, the king suddenly doesn't hide anymore. It wants to become a really active part of the team and starts marching toward the middle of the board oftentimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty natural move suggested by Anna. That's exactly what I think Vincent is going to do, because there's not really many other ways to protect this pawn, which is attacked by the black rook and the bishop. So involving the king makes a lot of sense. But I think Vincent has great chances in this game. He has 20 minutes against 5. Vincent is a pawn up. He's leaning in his chair. I think he's sensing the moment.
It would actually be so funny if Gukesh lost this game, that he would like smash the table and
You want to see a table slam by Gukesh?
yeah, because Magnus did it to him. It would be so funny. Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
Gukesh trying to defend here with 5.5 minutes. Vincent makes a move guarding the pawn with the king, but I think we also have a move in Magnus's game, so everything is going back to back. The number 1 against Alireza Firouzja in a really good situation, better position, extra pawn for Magnus, and also much more time than Alireza. Alireza is down to his final 2 minutes. He has just pushed the pawn to create some space for his pieces, trying to create space for the bishop as well. And those 2 pawns of Magnus, it feels like at some point Magnus will be able to create a pass pawn on the queen side. He's currently using his knight to maneuver elsewhere.
That's also a good move. It's looking better and better for Magnus, basically. His last move, a knight retreat, is pretty great because he can maneuver a knight to this square and finally take this pawn as well, which has been a weakness for the last couple moves. And if that happens, Magnus is going to be 2 pawns up, and that's a completely winning position.
I think it's great that you're showing how the knight needs to go from the edge of the board and not from the other square where you can attack the pawn, because if you jump to the more active square in front of the white queen, the black bishop could take that knight before you lose the pawn. So sometimes you need to go for funky moves like that knight going all the way to the edge. It's temporary. It's in order to win the pawn of Alireza. 2 extra pawns at such high level assignment, and with so much time on the clock, this is looking great for Magnus.
This is looking great for Magnus indeed. And now I'm looking at Alireza moving the king, like in the eye of the white queen.
Yeah, he kind of wants to activate his queen, so it's a bit of a prophylactic move there, getting ready for Magnus's move. If you would do it immediately, White would take this pawn with a check, so he's trying to safeguard his king first.
I see.
We're getting many moves now. Magnus gets his knight to that square. Alireza quickly reacts with his queen. Trying to threaten some pawns here. I mean, Magnus could now capture this pawn with his knight. I think Alireza is gonna take this one, but it looks very, very dangerous for Alireza's king after Magnus gives a check. The knight and the queen is a very strong attacking duo, and especially if you have a mating attack, it can be very devastating.
Is Magnus going to go for it? Linny, what do you think? Will he capture that pawn with the knight and then start attacking the queen and the knight attacking the black king?
I really hope so. I don't know what I would do, but yeah. I hope so.
It looks very natural. It's just very strong. Like takes, and here Magnus still is a pawn up. It's also a passed pawn. So he can, for instance, centralize his knight, and there's a lot of very, very dangerous threats here. If he goes for this, it's going to be over in a couple moves, a very few moves. Alireza down to 2 minutes.
What do you think you're gonna do?
I think he's going to take that pawn.
Yeah?
Yeah, with the knight. Makes sense to take with the knight because if you take with the queen, then black can take this pawn.
Yeah.
But with the queen here, you're taking care of that pawn. So
Magnus Carlsen considering that capture, whether with the knight, whether with the queen, or play something else. He could also push his pawn if he doesn't want to give up the b pawn. There's the possibility of pushing on the left side of the board, but it really feels like what you highlighted, Aryan, is crucial, that the knight, once you take the pawn, then you give a check, those 2 pieces are so menacing for the black king, and there are no pawns in front of the black king. It's just out there, exposed, vulnerable. Magnus must be looking at that variation. I like how our camera always needs to follow him because he's just changing his posture so much, you know? The camera's constantly like, here, 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 here. Magnus, stop for a second, Magnus. While Alireza is just like, you know, the same posture the whole game. The poor guy with his leg up.
Poor guy, yeah. But when Magnus is going to win this game, I hope he gets so happy and jump off and, yeah, really show good emotions. Because he seemed so sad earlier today. It was heartbreaking to watch.
I predict a head shake from Magnus. Like, you know...
What do you think you're going to... Yeah?
Yeah, something like that. Like...
He always does, no?
Eyebrows and like...
It's so cute.
What's this expression, you think, Simon? The blinking is like he calculates, you said.
Yeah,
He's calculating.
It's the calculation mode, yeah.
It is?
We are learning. We are learning the Magnus body language dictionary here, thanks to Simon. Blinking, lots of blinking, calculation, deep in thought. Linny, I'm curious, this is what you mentioned about Magnus. How will he behave when he wins? What is it like for you when you win? Do you jump, celebrate?
Yes. Yeah, I'm so I'm professional. I get so happy, and then I'm like, oh, sorry to that, yeah. But yeah, I get really, really happy, and I get really, really sad if I lose. So, yeah, chess is about a lot of feelings, of course, and.
He takes the pawn. This is the best move. He's going for it. Magnus captures Alireza's pawn. The queen captures on the left side. Now he might give a check. As Aryan was pointing out, the black king is a huge target for the white queen and the knight.
Let's see if Magnus has his move ready or he pauses there. This was the move Magnus was expecting.
He could give the queen check or knight jump further ahead into black's camp. The central square is available, for instance, for the knight, preparing then for the queen to enter the position. I'm starting to like the knight jump even more. Just knight into the central square, attacking the pawn, targeting the king.
This has been a very professional game by Magnus, I would say. Like, he's just been his normal self. Like, he got a good position and then he spent his time. Didn't rush. He knows he's got this, but it's nice to kind of double check when you just to make sure you don't miss anything, especially when you have that much extra time on the clock.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's double checking or maybe even triple checking. He knows that this is a winning position. He's got the extra time as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, I should say that the Wesley Pragg game has actually been heating up, and Wesley is has good winning chances. Pragg is down to 7 minutes. So if Wesley wins this game, is actually going to be in first place.
We could go there for a second until Magnus is deciding how to proceed, because everything is happening all at once. And of course, we have here the Indian prodigy Pragg with the black pieces against the three-time American champion Wesley So. Wesley beat Magnus yesterday. It was one of his best games in his career. And Pragg had a tough game against Gukesh. It was a back and forth that he lost.
The last couple games has not gone in Pragg's favor. And right now, if we count the material, Wesley is a pawn up. And this pawn is, the board got changed again. The pawn in the center is a bit weak, so Pragg did play the best move right now, but it's not going to be easy to defend.
Wesley will definitely try.
Down to 7 minutes.
Absolutely.
Good chances for Wesley.
Good chances here for Wesley and great chances for Magnus Carlsen, who has played the best move again in the position, jumping into the middle of the board, the central square with his knight. It's over?
I mean, it's going to be over very soon. I mean, there's no defense for black right now. He's going to invade with his queen and launch a mating attack.
I wonder if we could have a top-down view of the board to see exactly how menacing that white knight is.
Yeah, let's go full screen.
If we could also see it from the very top. There's so many cameras, but this one is my favorite for looking at the attack here. Alireza playing a move with 42 seconds, but even like the gesture he made is like, what am I doing here? Like, this is lost. This is over.
Exactly, Anna.
Yeah. Shouldn't he just...
resign?
Yeah.
He nearly resigned. He brings the queen back to attack the knight of Magnus, also guarding his own pawn. But he knows that this is over. Magnus also knows, obviously, that he's winning, but he's taking his precious time here. He's got 15 minutes to figure out the best way to continue the attack. Will he give a check, or will he place the queen on the edge of the board, defending his knight and also threatening checkmate in one? I really like that approach, that you're just going like, hey, I'm attacking, but also I don't need to give a check. I'm going to give check when it's checkmate.
Yeah, it's up for choice here. Magnus, he can give a check with the queen or push the queen all the way up. He's about to make his move there.
Lini, this could be the final moves in the game. The attack is so strong here. The knight and the queen combo, as Aryan highlighted, is a really strong team, while the black bishop, the Alireza bishop there on the queen side, is not able to help the black king. Everything is happening on the other side of the board. 14 minutes for Magnus, 52 seconds for Alireza.
Actually, Keymer is also much better now. So we imagine if we might see 3 decisive games today.
That would be huge, and we obviously will head to the other games in a moment, but it feels like Magnus Carlsen is about to win this game if he finds the right sequence of moves with the queen and the knight.
Come on.
Lini, you're so excited here, so nervous for him.
Yeah. I just want to see him win.
He's about to move. Come on. Is it the queen move to the side of the board, guarding the knight, threatening checkmate? Is he going for that or a check? Queen? Queen?
Yes.
Nope. A bit of thinking, double checking, triple checking.
Didn't he touch it? No.
He nearly touched it, but he will definitely move the queen.
Yeah.
He's just considering which square is the best one. But defending the knight from the edge of the board and threatening checkmate is a pretty strong candidate. And the checks as well.
Yeah,
He is
it's a good
going
move.
for that. Starting checkmate in one, so Alireza is running away with his king, but you can see it on his body language that the French #1 knows that this is game over. They are just moves away from a potential handshake and a bounce back for Magnus in the tournament. Will he give a check with his queen now on the 7th rank, chasing the black king further?
Is he going to move his horse or?
I think he's going to give another check with his queen.
Yeah.
But he's just double checking here. I mean, he's always has this extra passed pawn, so it's really up for choice.
There's this light square next to the black king. It will be a check supported by the knight.
Absolutely, that would be a really strong check. He can also stay on the edge of the board and keep the light square for the knight. There's so many good moves here for Magnus. He's considering which one is the best. I think he will stay on the edge of the board. I'm expecting him to give a check on the 7th rank with the queen. He's got 11 minutes and 40 seconds against Alireza's 1 minute, but the problem for Alireza is not even the time here. The position is completely lost for the tournament leader. Queen check on the 7th rank. This is a great move by Magnus. Alireza comes back to the back rank. He didn't have many other moves. It would have been checkmate, or he would have lost his queen if he had placed the king elsewhere. I think Magnus will continue with the checks now on the back rank.
There's no immediate knockout here, but he's going to give 2 checks and then put his king maybe to safety and eventually start pushing his pass pawn.
Absolutely, he can optimize the position of his queen through the checks, as you highlighted, Aryan, and then shelter his king with the extra pawn, active pieces, so much more time on the clock as well.
Yes. No.
He's really taking his time here. He's savoring the victory. He's not rushing. He wants to savor every
Lynn is
single moment.
not that patient. She wants Magnus to win faster.
Yes, come on. He's just doing it more exciting for us, right?
He's taking his time, which might give us time to jump to the other games as well, because as you said, Aryan, the world champion Gukesh might be in trouble against Vincent Keymer.
Right now, we will look at that
check
game
in.
soon.
I think we could quickly check that game until Magnus is savoring the moment, because Vincent might be able to convert this into a full point in classical chess, a 3-point win if you win in classical. And look at those white pieces, so active, extra pawn and very active pieces as well.
He's really been getting his pawns going. Vincent Keymer now has a very strong knight. His rook is active. And his king was in some trouble earlier, like his king was a bit trapped, but he's improved his position drastically. And this is just a technical win. Also, Gukesh has no time, he just has 28 seconds.
That's so difficult to play this position with such little time. Even the increment is only 10 seconds, so for the world champion, this is the time that he has for the rest of the game. And unfortunately for all the Indian fans out there, Praggnanandhaa is also in a tough situation against the 3-time American champion Wesley So. It is an endgame where Pragg is defending with a pawn down. Both of these games, it looks like Gukesh and Pragg might be going down today in classical chess. The knight of Vincent is attacking the rook and the bishop and also threatening a check on the back rank. 25 seconds left for Gukesh.
He's about to push his pawn as well to threaten the black rook. And he doesn't have many squares. Like once he gets that pawn going, he's going to clinch the win.
Yeah, and this is the other endgame we were talking about. Both Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa in really difficult positions today. 2.5 minutes left for Pragg, 7.5 for Wesley So. Wesley beat Magnus yesterday while Pragg went down against Gukesh. Extra pawn for the former world number 2 here, playing with the white pieces, and Pragg is really trying his best to hold this endgame somehow. What's your assessment, Aryan, before we head back to Magnus, who also has made some moves since?
It's looking very tough for Pragg, especially also because of the time situation. I mean, having 2 minutes on the clock and having to defend a position with the pawn down against Wesley is very tough. Also, his d3 pawn is also quite weak. I really think Wesley's gonna take this one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, it's not the best day for Indian chess, because I'm afraid that Divya Deshmukh might go down as well against reigning women's world champion Wenjun. Divya's position seems to be really bad, unfortunately. The progress hasn't really been in favor of white and white's pieces. Wenjun's pieces on the king side are so active. There is no space for the white king at all.
Yeah, that's...
Wow, and the knight captures the pawn to then take the rook, to take the rook the knight.
There, but this one is good enough. She's going to be a piece up now, Wenjun. Divya has to give up her knight, but Wenjun is just going to take it and be a piece up, a completely winning position.
Really tough day for the Indian players. Humpy went down in the Armageddon against Bibisara. Divya might lose in classical against Wenjun. Both Pragg and Gukesh are in tough endgames. And Alireza, the tournament leader, might be about to go down against the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Let's head back to Magnus's game and see how he's combining the queen and the knight against Alireza's king.
So world champion Wenjun about to get her first win in the tournament.
Very important for Wenjun, and not the best day for Divya, who entered today's round as the leader. Magnus about to move his king, as you suggested, Aryan, hiding it from any potential checks.
Yeah, now it's tough for Alireza to find a move with 1 minute. It's a very practical move, just safeguarding the king, and Black's king is still in a lot of trouble.
1 minute left for the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja here. Oh. Simon, what do you think? Will Alireza find some defensive resources, or is he about to give up? Can he find anything here? A miracle? He might need a miracle.
That's a tough question, because maybe he's seen the past game of Magnus and be like, oh, maybe he's gonna crack, right? But it's Magnus. He's gonna find his way to the win. But yeah, how long can he hold on to that position? It's a matter of time.
But matter of time, speaking of that, in 17 seconds left for Alireza Firouzja here, and he's still thinking. 13, 12, he makes a move, the bishop attacks the knight, pinning it.
Now 2 pieces are attacking the white knight. But I don't think that's a problem for Magnus.
No, he has he can now go for something pretty clean that just wins on the spot. I don't know if we can get to analyze this board, but I think Magnus has spotted it. He can now win on the spot.
Wow.
Let's see on the camera, because I think so that he will play it. If Magnus gives that back rank check, he's reaching for the queen. I think it's happening. We could go back to full screen, because this might be the final moment in the game.
This capture, which goes into a queen endgame with 2 pawns up, and that's just completely winning. He can take this pawn.
Can we go back to the playing venue on full screen, because this could be the final moment in the game. The knight capturing the pawn. It's a temporary sacrifice. He's going for it. Knight captures the pawn. The queen takes the knight, and then Magnus's queen will capture the bishop of Alireza. 2 extra pawns for Magnus in a queen endgame.
Very precise play by Magnus.
Will Alireza fight on? Will he try?
He might just resign. I mean, there's no hope for perpetual here. White's king can always hide.
24 seconds left for Alireza to decide whether to fight on, resign. Will he find some final tricks, some final defensive resources, or shake hands?
What would you do? Shake hands or?
I would resign.
Yeah.
He's moving his king to the king side, closer to where Magnus's passed pawn is.
Magnus can just push his passed pawn. C5 now is...
He's got 2 passed pawns. He can push on the queen side, also push on the king side. But I think he's going to do what you said, Aryan, that will keep his king safe from checks.
Yeah.
Lots of options.
He's taking a pause here, deciding which pawn push to go for. He's reaching for the king, activating his king further also makes sense. Very logical. In the meantime, it looks like world champion Gukesh is gonna go down against Vincent Keymer. It's unfortunately looking each time worse for the world champion against Germany, Germany's rising star, the #1 player from his country, Vincent Keymer. A great game by Vincent, who is really putting so much pressure now on the black pieces, attacking Gukesh's bishop and the pawn at the same time. Vincent's knight is very active, the pawns are advanced. Extra pawn for Vincent, and he's about to grab a second pawn.
Is Vincent the younger chess player now, or?
Actually, Gukesh in the field, he only turned 20 the other day. It was his birthday just a few days ago. And now in this endgame, he's not going to be celebrating neither the birthday nor the game of today. He's attacking the rook, trying really hard to put up some defense. But after the pawn push, now the rook is guarded.
He might resign now.
It's such a tough position. He is giving his hand. The world champion Gukesh resigns against Vincent Keymer. It has been a tough day for the Indian players. Now Gukesh goes down, and Praggnanandhaa is also in a bit of a difficult endgame, while Divya is struggling against Wenjun. Let's check in with Pragg and his chances against the former world #2 Wesley So.
Both getting very low on time here, so Pragg's done an excellent job in defending.
His situation has improved since we last checked in, so that's good news for India. That's good good for the fans of Pragg that this is a bit better.
Divya has completely turned the game around. She was so lost, and now it's an equal endgame.
We need to check that too. So better saving chances now for Pragg. He might be able to save the game and have toward an Armageddon, and good chances again for Divya. Are you saying that it's completely turned around, Aryan?
Wenjun made a huge blunder and went from completely winning to draw.
Can we show that quickly? The Norway Chess Tournament leader heading into today's round, Divya Deshmukh, was in a really tough, possibly lost position earlier against Wenjun, but the women's world champion with the black pieces made a mistake, and the current situation is a rook endgame that Divya might be able to hold.
So everything can happen in chess.
Everything can happen.
Exactly. Can always blunder. It's been a very tough tournament for Wenjun. She was looking to get her first win, but made a big blunder, and now it's a draw with best play.
This
one is not very
escape.
exciting. Probably going to be a draw. We can look at Wesley against Pragg or Magnus. The Wesley game is very interesting.
Absolutely, we can head back there, but huge result for Divya if she saves this game, and it's certainly looking like Wenjun went wrong earlier and is no longer in a winning position against Divya Deshmukh. So great news for all the fans of Divya. Also, Pragg is again with better chances saving his game. The person that doesn't look like will save the game, unfortunately, for Alireza's fans is the French #1 here. He's playing a queen endgame down 2 pawns against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Magnus has many options here. 2 pawns up, getting the king involved as well. That's a good move. He's eyeing that dark square for his queen.
And that would mean that Alireza's last pawn might fall as well after the queen check, pushing the king away from the defense of the pawn. 6 seconds left for Alireza. He's moving his queen up or down. With 1 second, he made a move, and now he resigns after the check. Magnus Carlsen beats the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, and bounces back in the tournament. A very much needed win for Magnus. Linny, you're celebrating here for a good reason.
Yeah, I'm so happy for him and us, and he deserved it. And he played really well, didn't he?
He played very well, yeah.
Yeah.
Very convincing win for Magnus Carlsen. Lost his first game against Alireza here, but now beats him in their second matchup.
Now he's back.
We hope so.
But does he seem happy? Yes.
I think he's more relieved than happy, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's been pretty disappointed with his play here, but it always helps to get a win against the tournament leader.
And that's a revenge for day one, where Alireza won in classical chess against Magnus. So now it's 1-1 between the two of them in classical here in Norway. Much needed win for Magnus. And we see Alireza being accompanied out of the playing hall. It's the first match that he loses in classical. He only went down once in an Armageddon, but has been playing so well. The French #1 has been leading the tournament up until now. Now the players might be able to catch him thanks to Magnus's win. We are going to head back to the game between Wesley So and Praggnanandhaa, where Pragg was in trouble earlier, but maybe the chances of him escaping this endgame has increased in this rook endgame. How do you see it, Aryan?
It's looking pretty bad for Pragg, but with this time situation, anything can happen. I mean, both are down to seconds. Wesley's still a pawn up, but it's not that easy because Pragg has his own pass pawn.
Now, can you just take that that black pawn if you're?
Actually, that would be a mistake because if you trade those 2 pawns, that Wesley does make the best move here. He has to go after the other pawn. If he gets 2 passed pawns on the king side, it's a technical win. He finds the best move there.
Only 18 seconds left for Pragg. 14, going really low on time. 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
7, you gotta move, Pragg. 5. He's trying to save his pawn by pushing it, not allowing it to be captured. Wesley's offering a rook trade.
That's a pawn sacrifice at the same time, no? Oh no, because you can take the next pawn after.
4 seconds left for Pragg when he made a move. Linny, thank you so much for being here today. It has been incredible to have you.
It's so nice to be with you and so fun to see Magnus win again. So thank you so much.
You brought him good luck for sure. I think we can credit you.
You have to come by more often as you bring Magnus luck.
Okay, I will. Just invite me. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Thank you, Linny. We will be joined soon by one of the players that has produced a remarkable game today. So we will get some help in the commentary here when Pragg makes his move with 3 seconds left on the clock. And I think our rating average here in the studio will jump ahead massively in just these last 3 seconds. Thank you so much to Grandmaster Vincent Keymer for joining us, and congratulations on the win, Vincent. We want to talk to you about the game against Gukesh, but first, could you help us out with this endgame and the chances of Wesley to win it, or is Pragg holding the rook endgame?
This looks very lost, but maybe that's only my feeling. Maybe I missed something. Okay, rook g6 is the idea.
Yeah, I think just g4 and it's over.
c6 is not winning, yeah?
Yeah, maybe c6 too. I think Wesley is about to win this one.
It did seem like it was a not. I mean, the endgame at the start didn't seem too dangerous for Pragg, but maybe I misevaluated that as well.
Pragg got low on time and things got out of hand.
As usual. No, I think I also.
Yeah.
You can clearly tell that when time is getting low, it's very easy to lose track.
Yeah. Now Wesley has 2 passed pawns. Pragg might resign here.
He's preparing a queen already to promote. Wesley So has grabbed the queen, the white queen.
Yeah. Now you just move to the other side with the king, I guess. I mean, you can also go c3, b4, or you go e3 and the other way. You just have to...
Yeah, white is up for choice here.
Yeah.
Giving a check.
That was a bit strange, but I mean, he wants king d5, rook d4, and then
yes, and then you go back. He just wants to...
You cannot take the pawn.
And Praggnanandhaa resigns. A second win for Wesley So in a row in classical chess. And Divya Deshmukh might be going down. She entered today's round as a tournament leader. Then she was in a top spot. Then she was saving it. But now it's back to Wenjun the advantage. She makes a move with 5 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wow. Wenjun is winning again.
Really?
Yeah, it was a draw, but with low time, Divya has misplayed it. And Wenjun is technically winning, but still not easy as...
Well, I think now it is quite straightforward, right? If you give, you just push the pawn, and now king a4, I guess, is important move. Yep, played, and I think that should be it.
Yeah, black is in time to stop white's passed pawn. White has to give up the rook, but Wenjun seems to be in time.
Divya with 4 seconds. She's moving the rook in the back rank with 3 seconds.
Just push the pawn.
Yeah, there's no way to mess this up as black, I think.
Wenjun grabs the queen as well to get ready to promote.
First win for the world champion.
And in classical, very important, this is 3 points if you win in classical chess. Divya almost escaped in this game, but right now the rook endgame is winning for the reigning women's world champion. She's activating her king. Divya takes the queen with the rook and is gonna try to start pushing her pawn, accompanying it with the king.
Not sure which square the black rook is on right now.
Well, gladly it doesn't really matter for the evaluation of the position. Yeah. I mean, g3 pawn is way too far from promotion to be of any real danger.
In the meantime, the other game in Norway Chess Women ended in a draw between Jiner and Anna Muzychuk. They will fight it out in Armageddon. There's a check now by Wenjun to Divya's king.
We might see a resignation. The black king is in time.
And she does resign. The tournament leader, Divya Deshmukh, goes down against reigning women's world champion Wenjun, who wins her first game here in Norway. A tough battle and a tough day for all the fans of Divya and also in general for India, because today, Vincent, you have beaten one of their brightest stars, the world champion Gukesh. Can you tell us about the game, and congratulations, first of all, on the 3-point that you got for the classical win?
Thank you. Yes, so it was a quite interesting game, I believe. I just tried to play some opening, you know, getting a game, and I think we got there. And then on the other thing, I got a pleasant position, some advantage, and I didn't feel like it was too much, but I kept that advantage until he got quite low on time, and then he made a few decisive errors, which led to me finally getting a win.
You're saying finally getting a win. Which other games are the ones where you felt that you had the most chances earlier in the tournament?
Well, I mean, the very first game against Gukesh, I mean, I was also lost at some point, so I mean, in the end, the draw was kind of an okay result, but still the Queen Knight game, which we had at the end, was winning, and at one point also easily winning for me. Then, of course, against Magnus, I had some nice chances. Against Alireza, I had the winning position. Against Pragg, I was also much better at some point. But yeah, that's on the good side. I mean, I was also completely lost against Magnus. I was much worse or lost against Pragg, and I was also lost against Gukesh at some point. So I guess that's what just happened. What can happen with this time control?
I was just going to follow up with that. Do you think it's the format here, the time control, that creates these situations that there's a lot more roller coasters within the same game?
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Basically, we play a top-level game as long as we have the normal time, and once we get to 10 seconds, it's becoming like a rapid time scramble, and obviously there are a lot of mistakes can happen. Yeah, I mean, that's also what makes it interesting to not blunder as much. I mean, we basically saw maybe only Wesley didn't blunder too much in that time trouble, but he also kind of managed to be quite smart about this time use, not using too much time. But we also saw Magnus blundering away so many great positions, so I guess it can happen to anyone.
It can happen to anyone. Certainly creates a lot of excitement for us, the fans, the viewers. How do you see it from the player perspective? Do you enjoy playing in this format and the Armageddon that you're getting used to a little bit?
Okay, I cannot say I'm enjoying the Armageddon, but the format itself certainly is very interesting. And I think the Armageddon part is also just because I've been playing so terribly there. So yeah, it takes some getting used to, because it's not something we are used to, that it's like such a big switch within one game. Usually you are used to playing rapid or classical, and here you basically have both elements within one game.
Both elements, indeed. And Vincent, when it comes to this event, we also saw you doing a very different sport on the rest day. Can you talk us through the experience sailing and competing with the players, being on teams and also competing against each other as something that's so different from chess?
Yeah, I think it was a nice idea. Generally, I have to admit that I don't believe us players were too familiar with sailing or specifically good at it. But on the bright side, we had some very capable hands on deck who already did most of the work, so we were doing fine and were able to enjoy that trip.
We're glad that you enjoyed it. And my final question would be, I know your trainer very well from the Olympic team of Hungary. When I used to compete, shout out to Grandmaster Peter Liko. Can you give us a bit of an insight on how do you prepare for tournaments, and how do you manage to prepare for the games? Do you have any time every day with Peter? Any insights on what you can share? Obviously not confidential secrets.
Oh, that really depends. I have to be honest that during this tournament here, I really had to reduce my preparation time, simply because I could really feel that energy levels were not at an all-time high after having played in Bucharest already. So actually had the weird feeling that within the past few days, I got more energy even though I played. That is, of course, a very good thing, but it also meant that I couldn't prepare as much. And also Peter, you know, he did really a lot of work during Bucharest, and he also deserves some break. So right now it's more about getting an idea for the game and just, you know, being ready to play good chess.
You played so well in Bucharest, and we see that your form is continuing as crazy as it is with the time control, but you are really playing a very good chess, and today you proved it against the world champion. So congratulations again on the win. Get some much-deserved rest, and good luck tomorrow against Magnus.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Vincent Keymer, who has just beaten the world champion Gukesh. And we also have an interview with Magnus, who has managed to bounce back against Alireza today, back in the tournament, no longer at the bottom of the standings. Over to you, Magnus.
Magnus, it's great to see you strike back. You said to us at the beginning that you were not such a fighting mood. What changed during the game?
No, I mean, he kind of surprised me a little bit in the opening, and I thought, I'll just play something. And I think the plan he went for was not very good. And I thought I got a fairly pleasant position. And most of all, it was relatively easy to play, so I didn't have any reason to hemorrhage time on the clock as I have in other games. And then went for this long forced sequence, which I thought was really good for me. And then I realized he might have some chances there, but it wasn't easy. And the way he played kind of left him with very, very, very few chances.
You dominated on the position as well as on the clock, not in comparison to the other games. What changed?
No, I mean, I did spend a lot of time towards the end. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. But it was more about, it was a fairly simple position to play and was pleasant. So you don't always get these positions. And when I do, I can play fairly fast for sure.
And final question, now you're 2.5 points behind Firouzja. What is your motivation right now?
I don't know. I think the way the tournament has gone, there is no reason for me to think about, be too ambitious. But yeah, it's less bad than yesterday, and it's nice to get a win.
It's still great to see striking back, and best of luck for the next game.
Thank you.
It's less bad, says Magnus Carlsen, and he deserved that win today against Alireza. He fought so hard in the game, bounces back in the tournament, still not among the top places, but no longer at the bottom of the standings, at an event where he suffered 3 defeats in classical chess, then won 2 games in classical chess. Most of the decisive results in the field are by Magnus Carlsen. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, we are heading toward our final Armageddon game of the day between Jiner and Anna Muzychuk. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break with the clash between the defending champion Anna Muzychuk and Chinese star Jiner coming up next. Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We are heading for our final game of the day, and it is an Armageddon clash between the defending champion Anna Muzychuk and Chinese rising star Jiner. While the players are getting ready for this final clash, let's remind our viewers, Aryan, about the Armageddon format. It's quite a special thing in chess.
Indeed, quite a special one, as White has 10 minutes, Black has 7. But White has to win the game. If the game ends in a draw, Black wins the Armageddon. So a lot of pressure on Jiner to go all in with the white pieces.
Simon, when it comes to this clash in the prediction time here in our studio, would you say that Jiner will manage to win with the white pieces, or will Anna hold and get the point?
It's really tough to say. We've seen a lot of players with white winning, but also players with the black winning also. It's really tough to say. It's a really special time control, with black having less time. I mean, there's so much pressure against black. Yeah, Aryan, what do you think?
Yeah, it's we're seeing the players. It's about to start. The last match of the day.
On the very first day at Norway Chess Women, they faced each other, and that was also a draw in Classical. Jiner won that Armageddon with the black pieces, needing only a draw. Now it is Anna who has the draw odds with the black pieces. So it will be interesting to see if she can play solid and keep the position balanced. I think when it comes to Armageddon, both of them have been pretty successful in their Armageddon games. They have won plenty of Armageddons, lost a few. So it's quite 50-50, I would say, who is going to take this. It's kickoff time. The Armageddon begins, final game of the day, and we see a very different development. Yes, Simon, you spotted it immediately. We haven't seen this opening in the event so far.
Yeah, I've seen Anna play that a couple of times. It's I usually don't know about opening that much, but I've seen Anna playing the Dutch a couple of times in the past. So it's funny that she's doing this right now, and it's pretty imbalanced, Aryan.
I'm really shocked by this opening choice. The Dutch opening for black is known to be a very, very risky opening, which you play only if you're in a must-win situation. But Anna is going for quite a different approach here, as she maybe she's handling it as a must-win situation.
Very interesting indeed. I'm curious if that could be that she didn't like something in her classical game, because she's deviating from what she played in classical chess.
Yeah, she played the Grunfeld defense in the classical game, which is known to be quite a strong theoretical opening. Here, Jiner is going for one of the most critical variations against the Dutch these days. And Anna Muzychuk has sacrificed the pawn. Like right now, Jiner could trade the queens and capture this pawn in the center. Very interesting. Also, a fork is in play. Probably Anna must develop here to stop this fork and try to hope for something on this diagonal.
So it would be an extra pawn for white, and that's what Jiner is going for. She's trading the queens, and she's about to grab the central pawn. She's attacking it actually with the bishop, so it's two of white's pieces attacking the pawn. Anna pushing her central pawn to save the pawn.
Yeah, is the knight going to the center of the board now? I like white's position a bit more, but it's... I think black is generally happy to see the queen trade, as she only needs a draw. See now if maybe black is going to improve her king. The king might be vulnerable on this square, as white might
castle long
and line the rook up against the king.
I like that plan for white, and I'm curious how Anna will handle it. She's taking her time here to figure out the right piece placement, where to place the king, how to develop the queenside pieces, the knight, the bishop, how to connect the rooks.
Yeah, let's see now if maybe this move or this move is what I'm expecting. Anna should not spend too much time here because she has 3 minutes less on the clock.
She develops the knight as you suggested, Aryan, offering a knight trade, allowing white to capture that knight and double black's pawns. That would lead to a weaker pawn structure for Anna, but it helps with her development.
It helps with her development, and I think she's planning to put her rook on this square and get some counterplay. But I have to say, I like this. I like this for white. It looks easier to play. So let's see. I think this is what she's going for. I don't like this pawn structure for black. I think it's too much to focus on the development here, because black is running a lot of strategical risk if white ever gets the knight here and gets to castle. Black's position can end up being in a lot of weaknesses.
Anna is trying to open up the 5 for her rook with this pawn push, trade one pair of pawns, and it's what Jiner is
great move by Jiner taking that. I would do exactly the same. Now, after black captures, she can improve her knight, and white has a passed pawn on this file, so looks very pleasant.
The rook is going back all the way to the corner.
Are we going to see a castle from white? Is it the time to castle?
Castle
Yes.
or start pushing?
She castles king side. She had both options, but castles king side safer for the king, and the rook is helping the passed pawn on the left side.
I don't like
Now.
castling short. You want to have the king in the center in an endgame. Castling short is not very time efficient.
It's
I
far
would
away from the
rather,
action.
Rather keep the king in the center or castle long, far away from the center.
Great advice, Aryan. I didn't know that. We learn something every day. Castle long when we're going into endgame, because you want your king in the center as much as possible and be ready for action. Now attacking the knight and the bishop at the same time. What would you do here?
I would make this move, Simon.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Aryan is setting up a trick if the rook takes the knight.
I'm trying to trick you.
Yes.
I'm afraid we won't have time to show it because the ladies are playing so fast, but that was a beautiful tactical idea that Aryan went for. If we catch up with the game, there's already a few more moves. The knight is in the middle of the board attacking the black pawn.
Now does Anna's gonna defend with the bishop, the rook. The bishop is helping, preventing.
And Jiner is just pushing her passed pawn. Very instructive. A passed
Still a
pawn,
better
you need to
position for
advance.
still a better position for Jiner. She has the simple task of just pushing the passed pawn, and black has these double pawns. So structurally speaking, white should be much better here. But it depends how far she can get that pawn. Maybe move the bishop now to this square to support the pawn push.
I
Looks
like
very
that
natural.
square for the bishop a lot, helping the pawn later to advance. So the pawn is now attacked by the black rook. If you move the white bishop, that will help the white rook to guard the pawn.
She
and
does
exactly
indeed
she
go
does
for that, and I was expecting Anna to try to block the pawn push, now challenging white's bishop, but I believe you can just trade bishops and focus on the pawn push. Maybe play this move first and then...
That's exactly what she's going for, trading the bishops and pushing her pawn, as you suggested, Aryan. So the bishops are traded and white has pushed her pawn.
A really good position for white right now, as this passed pawn is very well secured on this square, supported by the white bishop, and black's rooks are pretty much tied down right now, as Jiner can also send her rook to this square.
That looks scary for Anna, because right now there's this pass pawn, as you
It was very important for Anna to get this move in before white got to put the pawn there, because now it's very passive for black.
And also Anna is getting low on time, 3 minutes 10 seconds.
Jiner still with over 6 minutes. She increased her time advantage from the start of the game. She had 3 minutes extra. Now it's 3.5 minutes, the time difference. Great position for Jiner. She's taking her time to figure out the best way to proceed to make progress here.
She wants to activate the rook, and there she goes.
Very natural move. Trading rooks helps White's position because she can just focus on this pass pawn, and it's harder to defend with one rook.
A knight is thinking here.
Very tough position for the defending champion of Norway Chess Women here with the black pieces. Because of her doubled pawns, it feels like she's down a pawn. That's why there's an extra pass pawn there on the left side of the board for Jiner. It's actually equal material if you count the pieces, but those doubled pawns for Anna are not helping at all. She's trading one pair of rooks and brings the bishop to attack the pass pawn of Jiner.
Expecting Jiner to just place her rook behind the pass pawn. That's generally the best strategy when you have a pass pawn. You want to place a rook behind it. That's the most efficient.
And then is the knight's gonna jump on b4?
The knight could try to target that pawn, as you're suggesting, Simon. That would be all of black pieces trying to attack that pass pawn.
Because as we speak, there's 2 pieces defending the white pawn and 2 pieces attacking. We need a third piece from black to manage a good trade.
Yeah, the problem for Anna that pawn is gonna continue being pushed. So if we attack it with the knight, as Simon said, we will see Jiner push her pass pawn 1 square up, and then neither the bishop of black nor the knight can target that pawn anymore, and it's 1 square away from promotion.
Anna is very low on time right now, trying to find a defensive.
She plays Simon's move to target the pawn. We're expecting White to push the pawn, save it.
And now it seems like the black rook is forever linked to that pawn.
Cannot move away, you are right, because then White promotes the pawn to a queen. 1.5 minutes left for Anna, but the position is really tough.
Yeah, she's getting really low on time. What is the move situation? How many moves are we?
We're currently on move 27, so 13 more moves has to be made before getting this 1 second increment. Black's rook is just completely tied down right now to the pass pawn, and White is completely winning. Can, for instance, improve the bishop and later bring the king. Makes a lot of sense.
Everything's gonna happen on the king side.
Yeah, White is up for choice.
Anna's plan right now is just to activate the king towards maybe the white pawn. Is this the idea here? Trying to free up the rook a little bit.
She's trying to bring her king. Yes, that would be ideal if the black king could reach the pass pawn of White.
It seems so far away, though.
Very far, and the king is so slow as a piece.
It's a very mature move by Jiner. Black is tied up, and she's just improving her position. She brings the king in. It's
Anna is moving her bishop to a square where White's pieces can take it. But I think if the bishop takes, her idea is to take the pawn with the rook and pin it.
But actually, White has a really nice knockout here. They can take this bishop, and after a rook captures. What do you think about this move, Anna?
Goodness me, that's brilliant. So you're sacrificing the knight because if the pawn takes it, the bishop takes it with a check, and then the black rook is hanging. It's a beautiful tactical pattern. Will Jiner spot it? Because right now, after Anna's move, the pawn of Jiner is hanging. The passed pawn is about to be captured. This is Anna's final chance. She's going for this defensive resource, but there's a refutation to it thanks to the pattern that Aryan has shown. Will the Chinese rising star here with the white pieces spot it, that she can take the bishop and then sacrifice a knight?
If she finds it, she's...
she doesn't have to go for that to win. She can also take this pawn, for instance, and That's also a technical win, but let's see.
She's taking the bishop. Bishop takes.
She's seen it.
I think she has. Rook takes the pawn. Will she find the knight sacrifice here? No, she's playing something else. She's attacking the knight.
Still very strong. This is good enough.
So if the knight captures the bishop, she will capture black's pawn and attack the black rook.
Yeah, Anna might resign now. She's going to lose material, so this was also just very good.
21
the knight
seconds
is
for
coming
Anna.
to this square if the rook moves.
And Anna resigns. Jiner wins the Armageddon against defending champion Anna Muzychuk. What a fight this has been between these two ladies. Both of their matches went down to Armageddon on day one, and now the rematch today. Both of them have been won by the Chinese star Jiner. So not the best result for Anna, but the classical game was just so tense, so balanced, and it all went down to this final Armageddon where Jiner prevailed with her very active play. The pressure, the pawn, that passed pawn decided the game. And oh boy, what a day this has been. In Norway Chess Women, we had 2 Armageddons. When we take a look at the results, there was only one classical game today. That was the game of the reigning Women's World Champion. Actually, she badly needed to bounce back in the field, and today she did. Divya Deshmukh goes down against Wenjun. Divya started the day as the tournament leader, but she no longer will be leading the field because of this very crucial win by the Chinese star, getting 3 points for that classical win, and the other 2 games were decided in Armageddon in favor of Jiner and in favor of Bibisara, leading to the following standing. Simon.
Yes, for the standing, we still have Bibisara on top. She's still leading, but for a tread, I mean, anything can happen. We only did half of the game, a little bit more than half. We're going on to 6th round tomorrow, but yeah, it seems like everyone is so close to each other. Humpy will need a win eventually to really boost that rank up, but yeah, it seems like everything is really tied together.
Indeed, everyone still has a chance in the field at Norway Chess Women, and we do have an interview with the winner of that Armageddon that we have just witnessed, Jiner. I'm sorry, I confused. Who are we interviewing? We do have an interview with Anna Muzychuk.
Anna, please share with us how did the Armageddon game go and what went wrong?
It didn't go at all, so yeah, just.
And in the classical, you were a bit under pressure, or you were always in control? How did it go?
No, I mean, usually such positions are evaluated as equal, but it's much easier to play with white pieces.
Thank you so much for your time still after the tough game, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations on winning the game. Can you please tell us how the game went?
I think I got some good position after opening, and I just try to push, and I maybe don't have so much time, so I just try to play fast, and I won. Yeah.
In general, is it stressful for you to play Armageddon, or do you enjoy to play it?
For me, I think it's interesting to play.
And finally, I want to tell you about your outfit. It looks so beautiful, and it has some chess elements. Is this your favorite chess outfit?
I like it. Thanks.
Well, congratulations, and I'll see you tomorrow before the game.
Thank you.
An important win for Jiner in her Armageddon against Anna Muzychuk. And we had so much action at Norway Chess today, and no single Armageddon. Like, what? All the results, all the games today at Norway Chess have been decided in classical chess, and all of them were wins for white. Magnus Carlsen bounces back in the tournament with a huge win against tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. Wesley So took down 20-year-old Indian star Praggnanandhaa, and Germany's #1 player Vincent Keymer also beat the world champion Gukesh. leading to the following standings. Aryan, everything is shaken up here.
Everything is indeed shaken up. Wesley now, after 2 classical wins in a row, picks up 3 points today as well on first place on 11.5, and Alireza, after today's loss, is on second place with 10 points. Vincent Keymer picked up an important win, is on 8 points, and Magnus is kind of up there with 7.5 points now, moving to 4th place and hunting Vincent by only half a point. So these 3-pointers are just huge in this tournament. World champion Gukesh is on 5th place, and Praggnanandhaa is currently on 6th place.
This is the first time that we see Pragg at the bottom of the standings. He was usually on the podium. Goes to show how much those 3 points matter with a classical win. And we do have an interview with the new tournament leader of Norway Chess, Wesley So.
Wesley, you are new a leader of Norway Chess. How does that feel?
It feels wonderful. Yeah, it feels great. Before tournament, I thought they asked me what my predicted score would be, and I looked at previous years. I thought I would score 12.5 or 13, but now I'm very close to that. So, yeah.
That's fantastic. During your game, were you observing also the game of Magnus and Alireza?
A little bit. I just wonder if he'll bounce back, but he didn't. He didn't leave any doubts. Yeah, I think he played really well today.
And what about your game?
Well, was trying to equalize. Yeah, actually, it's funny. Before the game, I wasn't sure what to play, so I didn't want to play the Catalan because Pragg plays the Stonewall against it. So okay, I thought I'll play this Knight C3, and then I didn't expect that he would play C6, and then I decided I didn't know what to play, so I just decided to play Shankland's chessable course with this setup, Bishop E2 B3. But then we got a Stonewall anyway, so I was very unhappy with how the opening went. And then I was playing for equality. But then he overpressed at some point. Then when I got my knight to c4, I thought I had a very good position. And I actually wanted to offer a draw, but then he misplayed and I got a better position before move 30, so I didn't offer anymore. Yeah, but yeah, it's crazy because I got absolute nothing out of the opening and then he overpressed for sure, yeah. But the time played a huge factor in the end because no additional time is very difficult.
Well, congratulations and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are some really important insights by Wesley, saying that he actually wanted to offer a draw to his opponent Praggnanandhaa, but then Praggnanandhaa pushed a bit too much and Wesley got the better position before he had a chance to offer a draw. You cannot offer a draw here at Norway Chess in the first 30 moves. So good thing for Wesley that his position improved since, and it was no longer that disappointing Stonewall that he was describing. Now he is the sole leader of the tournament, and we have so much action to cover for tomorrow when it comes to day 7 of Norway Chess, both for the ladies and for the open section. Some of the highlights, let's take a look at the pairings actually, because the clashes again are so promising. Aryan here at Norway Chess.
Yeah, we have the German #1 Vincent Keymer playing with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. World champion Gukesh playing against tournament leader Wesley So, and the youngsters Praggnanandhaa against Alireza Firouzja.
And also tomorrow on the Norway Chess Women, we have the leader Bibisara against Jiner. We have also Humpy Koneru against Divya, both from India. So that's going to be really interesting to watch. We also have the world champion Wenjun against the defender of Norway Chess Women, Anna Muzychuk.
Huge clashes for tomorrow, and what a day this has been. I'm loving the tendency. Yesterday we had 3 decisive results in classical chess. Today 4 decisive results in classical chess. Will we see tomorrow 5 even? This is only getting better and better, Simon.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it's really an exciting game. We're here for a long time all day, but I hope you enjoy it as much as we do, because it is really, we're having a nice time.
We are having fun, the players are having fun, and the format The field, the players, the venue, everything is delivering. We hope to see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you so much for tuning in, and see you for day 7 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Have a really good day. Goodbye.